Author's Foreword. This book is one of my own special favorites. I saved it up for years, thinking about it, working it out, saying to myself, one day, when I've plenty of time and want to really enjoy myself, I'll begin it. I should say that of one's output. 5 books are work to one that is real pleasure. Crooked House was pure pleasure. I often wonder whether people who read a book can know if it has been hard work or a pleasure to write. Again and again, someone says to me, how you must have enjoyed writing so and so. This about a book that obstinately refused to come out the way you wished, whose characters are sticky, the plot needlessly involved, and the dialogue stilted, or so you think yourself. But perhaps the author isn't the best judge of his or her own work. However, practically everybody has liked Crooked House. So I am justified in my own belief that it is one of my best. I don't know what put the Leonidas family into my head. They just came. Then, like Topsy they growed. I feel that I myself was only their scribe. Chapter 1. The house didn't breathe right. You stand in the drawing room of Three Gables. A house that no longer pretends to be civilized. The fire crackles too loudly. The clock ticks like a countdown. You stare at the place where Brenda used to sit. Legs crossed, eyes too wide for innocence. Now, she's behind bars. Along with Lawrence Brown, the twisted idealist who couldn't keep his hands off the master's young wife. The police are satisfied. Chief Inspector Taverner even shook your hand. But your fingers didn't unclench. Something doesn't sit right. It's not conscience, it's calculation. The whole thing was too neat. Brenda and Lawrence were caught with motive, opportunity, and a bottle of Esserine. But the question still itches in the back of your brain like a splinter of broken glass. Why would they be so stupid? They had time, wealth, and opportunity to vanish. Instead, they lingered like children, waiting to be caught. Brenda cried. Sure, but they were crocodile tears. Lawrence was either too arrogant or too afraid to lie convincingly. No fire of passion, no remorse, just hollow performance. And Josephine, little Josephine, sits in her room, reading Jane Eyre again. 3rd time this week. She barely blinked when her nanny packed her things and left. Edith de Havilland watches her like a hawk, but even she seems off lately quieter, sharper at the edges. You light a cigarette and let the smoke cloud the family portraits. The Leonidas bloodline so proud, so poisoned. Magda talks of reviving her career on the stage now that scandal has reared its head. Roger drinks earlier each day. Clemency floats like a ghost. Too logical, too cold. And you're not done, not even close. You walk down the corridor toward the late Aristide Leonidas' study. His scent still lingers ink, lavender, and something metallic like blood. You flick on the lamp. The shadows lurch. There's something here. A slip of paper? No. A torn envelope wedged behind the desk. You pick it up. It's addressed to Sophia. In Aristide's writing. You freeze. The date 3 days before his death. You tear it open. A single sentence scrawled in dark, heavy ink. The truth is buried in the child. You close your eyes, and suddenly, the whole house tilts. Chapter 2. She watched too much and spoke too little. You climb the stairs, slow and quiet, as if the house itself might shush you. Three Gables is thick with silence now, broken only by the groan of old wood and the mutter of ancestral ghosts. The air grows colder with every step toward Josephine's room, her private kingdom of secrets. The girl is 11. Small frame, sharp eyes. She carries herself like she's been through 3 wars and won them all on her terms. You knock once. No reply. You open the door anyway. She's perched on the windowsill, legs folded, a book balanced on her knees, Jane Eyre again. Her eyes flick up at you. Unreadable. You're not supposed to be here, she says. Not angry, not afraid, just stating a fact. You don't answer. You step into the room, closing the door behind you. Her space is meticulously arranged dolls lined up like witnesses, a notebook half hidden under a pillow, ink stains on the sheets. It's the kind of room that watches you back. You read that book a lot. She shrugs. Jane had to figure things out on her own. No one helped her either. A pause. Then she says, without looking up, "You think Brenda did it, don't you?" The question slams into you like a cold hand on your neck. "Don't you?" she repeats. You step closer. "Do you think she did it?" Josephine closes the book. They wanted her to have done it. That's not the same. Your mouth goes dry. You reach into your coat and pull out the envelope, the one with Aristide's handwriting. You hold it up. Her pupils contract. This was meant for Sophia. Your grandfather wrote it. Before he died, you open it slowly in front of her, in case she still thinks she can bluff you. The sentence is simple, brutal, loaded. The truth is buried in the child. Her lips twitch. Then she laughs a short, almost hysterical bark that's too old for her age. He wrote that, she says. That sounds like him. He always thought I was a little genius. He told me secrets he never told the others. What kind of secrets? Her eyes flash. Not all secrets are meant to be told. Some are better, used. You sit on the edge of the bed, eyes locked on hers. Josephine, what did you see? She turns her head slowly toward the window. I saw what I wasn't supposed to see. But that's not what matters. What matters is, I knew what they were all capable of. I tested them. You feel a shiver rise from your spine. You tested them. She nods. Solemn. I left clues. I listened behind doors. I said things to Magda, to Roger, even to Edith. Why? I wanted to know who loved me enough to protect me, who feared me enough to lie, and who'd be foolish enough to think they could fix things with poison. Did Brenda kill your grandfather? Josephine pauses for a beat that lasts too long. Maybe, she says, but not first, oh. What does that mean? But she doesn't answer. She just picks up her book and starts reading again. Lips moving silently, like a child whose hands are too clean to be innocent. And you realize you're not just looking at a child, you're looking at the one person in this house who could shatter every truth you've built your case upon. Chapter 3. She was too clever to die of accident. The shriek echoes through the corridor like a violin string snapping in two. By the time you reach the terrace, the household is already there, frozen in horror. Magda's hand is over her mouth. Roger's face is ashen. Edith is sobbing openly. Sophia is kneeling over the broken body near the rock garden, whispering Josephine's name, as if saying it enough times might pull her back from the void. But Josephine is dead, head caved in, blood soaking into the stone. A skipping rope, frayed at the ends, lies discarded nearby. You don't believe in accidents. Not here, not now. She was alone. Roger says hoarsely, she must have climbed the wall. She liked to walk along it and... No, you interrupt. She was pushed. You kneel, inspecting the position of the body, the angle of the blood splatter. The rope isn't tangled. It's placed, arranged, like the murderer wanted you to think she'd tripped. Wanted it to look innocent, but it's not. Josephine had been the one piece on the board no one could control. She knew too much, pried into corners, others left in shadow. And now her silence is permanent. Sophia looks up at you, her eyes burning. She told me something last night, just one line. Said it with that little smirk of hers. What did she say? Sophia hesitates, then whispers, one of them is playing a longer game. They think death is just another strategy. You rise slowly, scanning each face. Fear ripples through them. Not grief, not sorrow. Fear. Magda stumbles forward. This has gone far enough. We need the police. Real police. Not just this. She waves her hand in your direction, like you're some defective toy soldier. You ignore her. Instead, you speak clearly, deliberately. From now on, no one leaves this house. No servants dismissed. No visitors. The killer is inside, and they've killed a child. That lands like a thunderclap. And then, from the back of the crowd, comes a voice. Quiet. Calculating. It had to be Edith. Brenda says softly. She was the only one not accounted for. Edith recoils as if slapped. You witch, I was in the library with Philip. Philip stammers. Too slow. Your eyes flick back to Brenda. She's calm now. Too calm. A woman wrongly accused twice would rage. Brenda's collecting pieces, but Edith's hands tremble like someone hiding the truth or hiding from it. You step between them, cutting the tension like a knife. No one's cleared. Not anymore. In your mind, you replay Josephine's voice. Some are better. Used. She knew. And now, someone's removed her from the board. The rules have changed. There are no more bystanders, only players and predators. And the game just turned fatal. Chapter 4. The house breathes lies. Night drapes itself over the manor like a funeral veil. The chandeliers burn low, casting golden halos that can't chase away the shadows gathering in the corners. You can feel the weight of the house pressing in its walls, too thick with memory. Its halls echoing with something more than grief. Josephine's room is untouched. Except for the blood, you sit on the edge of her bed, the smell of her peppermint sweets still faint in the air. You're not here for sentiment. You're here for evidence. A cracked doll lies beside her pillow. Its glass eyes glitter. Too knowing. You flip it over, its back is hollow. Inside, folded tight. A note. Childlike scrawl. Precise and brutal. If I disappear, it wasn't an accident. Ask Nanny about the red scarf. Ask Grandmama what she saw from the window. They all pretend, but they know. They always know. You fold the note slowly. This wasn't paranoia. This was premeditation. Downstairs, the family gathers in the drawing room. They whisper like it's a church, and death is listening. Sophia paces. Roger drinks. Edith stares at the fire as if she's trying to climb into it. You enter and drop the note on the table like a dead bird. Josephine left a message, a warning. She didn't trust any of you. Gasps, shouts. Philip knocks over his glass. Magda says your name like it's a curse. Only Brenda remains silent, her fingers curled around her teacup. White knuckles. Woti. You turn to Nanny first. Red scarf? What does that mean? Nanny's face crumples. I gave it to Josephine. She liked to play detective. Said it made her feel clever, like Miss Marple. Who did she follow? Nanny flinches. Sometimes Edith. Sometimes Brenda. But always she'd watch from the attic. She said it gave her angles. You nod. Josephine wasn't just smart, she was surgical, watching them like rats in a maze. Magda tries to pivot. She was just a child, morbid, prone to stories. None of this means anything. You walk slowly toward her. She said someone used death like a move in chess, that they were planning more. Do you believe that's a child's fantasy? Magda stares, and for once, says nothing. You step to the window. Outside, the garden glows silver under moonlight. Josephine's skipping rope still lies coiled on the flagstone like a snake waiting to strike again. You speak to the room, not needing to raise your voice. We're past theories. One of you is preparing to kill again, and next time, it won't be a child. Silence answers you, but the house breathes, and you swear you hear it whisper. Too late. Chapter 5. The Garden Keeps Secrets. You walk the garden alone. The morning is brittle. Mist clings to the rose bushes and crawls between the hedges like the remnants of a bad dream. The air tastes like cold metal, like something rusting underground. You kneel beside the flagstone where Josephine's skipping rope was left. It's gone now. Someone removed it. But they didn't scrub the faint smear of blood beside it. You press your hand to the stone. It's still damp, not with dew. Footsteps crunch behind you. Roger? His eyes are hollowed, sleepless. His tie is loose, like a noose forgotten. She was just a little girl. He says she liked puzzles, riddles, playing detective. She thought it was a game. You stand. Someone else didn't. He swallows, hard. You think one of us did it. I can see it in your eyes. You don't answer. You don't need to. Roger's voice drops. You know she had a diary, don't you? She never went anywhere without it. Said it was her witness book, but it's missing now. You already suspected. When was the last time you saw it? In the library. 2 days ago. She was tucked in that big chair near the window, scribbling like mad. You head inside, straight to the library. The armchair sits waiting, as if Josephine might return to it. But there's something odd on the rug beside the chair, a torn piece of cloth, red, silk. You bag it. Then you search the bookshelves, methodical, spine by spine. You find it behind a row of poetry books, a slim green notebook. Pages missing. The first few remain. You flip through, saw Brenda in the orchard again. She talks to someone when she thinks no one's there. Grandmama heard something in the hall. She's pretending she didn't. Philip was in the study late. When I asked why, he told me never to ask again. You close the diary, a puzzle of suspicion. Each line is a trap door. You call a family meeting. Again. They gather in the drawing room. Again, you hold the room like a trial. I found Josephine's diary. Pages are missing, ripped out deliberately. A pause. Edith gasps. Sophia closes her eyes. Brenda's hand trembles. Who had the most to lose from what Josephine knew? You turn slowly. Philip clears his throat. This is absurd. She was a child. Children lie. She didn't lie about the rope. You say, or the scarf, or the blood on the garden stone. Magda snaps. Enough. Are we to live under your suspicion forever? You smile coldly. Only until one of you confesses. No one speaks. But you know now the killer isn't done. They're cleaning up the mess Josephine left behind, ripping out pages, erasing footprints, but they can't erase the house. And they can't erase you. Not yet. Chapter 6. The truth behind the curtains. You wait until night. Crooked House breathes differently after dark. Floorboards creak in protest. Wind fingers the windows. The house is never silent. It listens, murmurs, remembers. You linger in the hallway just past midnight. The lights are off. You blend into the shadows. A ghost haunting the living. Movement. Brenda. She glides down the stairs in a silk robe. Barefoot. You follow. Quiet as guilt. She heads toward the study locked. Supposedly. But she slips a key from her robe pocket. Click. The door opens. You slide behind her, unnoticed. She turns on a single lamp. Yellow light spills over the desk. She moves with urgency, pulling open drawers, shifting papers. Her hands tremble. What are you looking for? You ask. She gasps and spins. Jesus. You step forward, calm. Don't lie. Her mouth opens, closes, opens again. George left letters. I thought maybe he wrote something. Something that might help, Gyon. You think he knew he was going to die? She shrinks. No, I don't know. But if he suspected, if someone threatened him, then why not tell the police? You press. Her voice cracks. Because no one would believe me. They think I killed him. You study her. Her fear smells real. But fear can be manufactured, especially when you're good at playing innocent. You search the drawers yourself. Neat rows of correspondence, legal files. Nothing stands out until a single envelope tucked beneath the blotter. Your name. You open it. If anything happens to me, don't trust the ones who cry the loudest. They always cry for themselves. Josephine may be watching more than we know. Keep her safe. George. You freeze. The letter wasn't sent. It was hidden. Brenda sees it in your hand. He was afraid of someone here, not me. And now Josephine is gone too. Brenda's eyes well with tears. Do you think it was the same person? I think Josephine saw something she wasn't meant to, and someone made sure she couldn't speak again. You pocket the letter as you leave the study. The hallway feels colder. You pass Magda's room light under the door. Inside, raised voices. She knows. Sophia is saying. She always knows. I don't care. Magda replies, this family is rotting from the inside. If she wants to burn it down, let her. You keep walking. Everyone in this house is hiding something, but one of them is killing to keep their secret buried. Yes, tomorrow, you'll dig. And next time, someone else may not wake up. Chapter 7. Voices that shouldn't speak. Morning arrives heavy and hollow. You sit in the breakfast room. Untouched toast going cold on your plate. No one else eats either. The silence is a scream, everyone hears it, but no one answers. Edith mutters prayers over coffee. Sophia stares into her cup like it holds the future. Magda wears lipstick like armor. Roger glowers at the floor. You notice Clemency watching them all with clinical distance. It's Nanny who finally breaks the silence. I heard her last night. You look up. Who? Josephine? Your stomach clenches. She was humming. Nanny whispers. The tune she always made up when she played detective. Edith trembles. That's not funny. I'm not joking. Nanny snaps. Eyes flaring. I was sitting in the blue chair. Heard it as clear as day. She was here. Sophia rises. That's impossible. Maybe it was a memory. You offer. Or a dream. Nanny glares at you. It wasn't. She was here. And she sounded angry. The air turns electric. Magda scoffs. Ghosts now, is it? How convenient. But you see something else. Roger has gone pale. After breakfast, you pull him aside. You heard it too. You say. He flinches. What do you want from me? The truth. He leans against the wall. Defeated. I was outside. Couldn't sleep. I heard something near the shed. I thought, maybe Josephine was alive. I followed it. And there was nothing there. Just her shoe. You blink. What? He pulls a small leather slipper from his coat pocket. It's Josephine's. You take it gently. The bottom is muddy. Where exactly, you ask? He leads you to the garden, past the greenhouse, to a narrow side path choked by ivy. The shed looms. The lock is broken. Spigen. Inside, it smells of earth and rot. You scan the space garden tools, bags of lime, an overturned tricycle. Then behind a tarp, you find it. A diary. Josephine's. You open it. Her childish handwriting runs wild across the pages. I know who killed Grandpa. I saw them. They don't know I saw. But I'm going to wait. Let them think they're safe. Then I'll tell. You flip the pages. He was in the study. She came in. They argued. She hit him. He didn't move. No name. But it confirms what you suspected. Josephine saw the murder. She was silenced because of it. And now, her ghost is humming warnings no one wants to hear. You close the diary. Outside, a storm is coming. Inside, the killer is growing bold. You need to act before another child's voice falls silent. Chapter 8. The Devil's Arithmetic. You clutch Josephine's diary like it's the only truth left in this house of shadows. Back inside, the walls seem to close in tighter. You feel watched by memory, by guilt, by something darker that hasn't yet taken a name. You call a quiet meeting just Sophia, Roger, Clemency, and Edith. You keep Magda out. She thrives on performance. This needs silence, not spectacle. You place the diary on the table. Let the weight of it speak first. I found it in the shed. You say, hidden. Josephine knew who killed Aristide. The room stills. Sophia's voice is a whisper. Does she name them? No. But she describes the moment. She saw it happen. Clemency leans forward. Then she became a liability, and she paid the price. You say. Roger slams a fist against the table. She was a child. How do you kill a child? Clemency's eyes sharpen. You don't ask that unless the thought crossed your mind. Enough, Sophia says. Her eyes are rimmed red. We can scream at each other, or we can find the truth. You open the diary again, scanning the last few entries. Then something catches your eye. A pattern. The dates. They match the murders Aristide's death. The poisoning of Edith's cocoa. Josephine's fall from the ladder. But there's more. On the margins of each page, a symbol. A series of slashes and circles. At first, meaningless. But your mind pieces it together. A cipher. Josephine was trying to write a name. You grab paper. Start decoding. One line breaks clean. She wears masks better than actors. You look up. She's talking about Magda. Sophia breathes in sharply. Are you sure? Clemency shakes her head. That woman couldn't plan her own alibi, let alone a murder. She doesn't have to plan it. You say she just has to play her part. Someone else could be pulling the strings. A knock interrupts. Me? Brenda. Her face is ghost white. There's something you all need to see, she says. You follow her up to the attic. Dust, moths, forgotten trunks. She points to a wardrobe tucked in the corner. Inside costumes, dozens, Magda's old stage things, but one too new, too deliberate. A nurse's uniform, exactly like the one Edith's nurse wore the day of her cocoa poisoning. Sophia murmurs, "Oh God." Beneath the uniform, tucked into the lining, you find gloves, rubber, still holding the faint scent of cyanide. You stare at them, then at the others. Brenda backs away. I didn't know. I was looking for old photographs. Roger growls. She planned it all. Used the stage to cover the stagecraft. No, you say slowly. This isn't just about Magda. You point to the initials inside the glove cuff. C.S. Clemency stares, cold, still, silent. You take a step closer. She doesn't move. Sophia speaks what you're thinking. Clemency, what have you done? Chapter 9. Truth in the mirror. Clemency's face doesn't change. Not fear, not guilt, not surprise. She takes a deep breath and says, quietly, I didn't kill Josephine. You narrow your eyes. But you knew something. You've known for a while. The silence between you stretches, heavy and sour. Finally, she nods. I suspected, but I didn't want to believe it. Not until now. Sophia looks like she's going to collapse. She's clinging to the railing of the attic stairs, her knuckles white. Then say it. Say who you think it is. Clemency hesitates. Her eyes flick to the nurse's uniform again. I thought it was Edith. She says, at first, her obsession with control, with keeping the family pure. But Josephine wasn't her kind of enemy. You shake your head. Edith wouldn't poison herself just to divert suspicion. No. Clemency agrees. She's too proud for that. You pick up the gloves. These were yours. I know. Why? Her jaw tightens. Because I gave them to her. Who? Clemency finally speaks the name. Her voice like crushed glass. Magda? The others exhale, as if they'd been holding their breath for hours. She asked for props. Clemency continues. For a role? She said she was working on a stage piece, a wartime play. A nurse caring for the dying. I didn't ask questions. It seemed harmless. But then the murder started. And you didn't come forward. I had no proof. Clemency says bitterly, only coincidence. And she's always been so good at playing innocent. Sophia whispers, she fooled all of us. You descend the attic stairs, gloves in hand. Every creak feels like a countdown. Magda is in the drawing room, rearranging a vase, her lipstick too fresh, her perfume heavy in the air, her mask intact. You step in. Lovely day, she says, without turning. Though I do wish the police would stop traipsing through the garden. The roses are terribly sensitive. You toss the gloves onto the piano. Her back stiffens. I found your costume. You say, and the script you didn't write. Magda turns slowly. A perfect picture of confusion. Whatever do you mean? You played nurse. And you played us. A pause. Then she smiles. Darling, in this house, everyone's playing something. Sophia enters behind you, her voice breaking. You killed Josephine. Magda finally drops the act. I had to. She wouldn't shut up. Always listening. Always watching. That little monster knew everything. Roger explodes, lunging toward her, but you hold him back. Magda stands her ground, eyes burning. You think I wanted this? She spits. You think I enjoyed scrubbing out blood and vomit, playing mother to a pack of jackals. No one cared when I cried behind stage doors. No one asked what it was like living with Aristide's judgments. He played us all like marionettes. Clemency steps forward. So you took the strings for yourself. Magda nods, triumphant, and cut them, one by one. A long, bitter silence, then footsteps. A shadow in the hall. The door creaks open, and in steps the inspector. Magda's smile falters. He sees the gloves, the nurse's uniform laid across the settee, the witnesses. You speak first. She confessed. Magda tries to turn, to run, but the inspector is already at her side. As he cuffs her, she looks at you, not with hatred, with relief. Thank you, she whispers. I was tired of pretending. Chapter 10. Ashes and Epitaphs. The sun rises, golden and indifferent, over a house that now breathes easier, but shall never breathe the same. Magda is gone. Taken quietly, no struggle. The inspector left with her, scribbling notes, barely sparing a glance at the blood left behind in memory. What matters now is that the performance is over. The final curtain has fallen. You remain at the estate, wandering through corridors heavy with silence. The air feels thinner. Even the walls seem exhausted. Clemency sits on the terrace, a cup of untouched tea in her hand. She fooled us all. She says again, not looking up. No, you reply. She only played what we wanted to believe. Inside, Sophia and Roger are sorting papers legal. Delicate things. There are discussions of inheritance, of funeral arrangements. Aristide's name is mentioned less and less. Josephine's not at all. You step into the study. The chair where Aristide once ruled sits empty. His scent lingers in the leather. His spectacles still lie on the desk, next to a faded photograph of the family frozen in a moment that feels impossibly distant now. You pick it up. Everyone is smiling. Even Magda, even Josephine. You replace the frame and leave it there exactly where it belongs. Downstairs. A van pulls into the driveway. A young woman steps out, hesitant, holding a sealed envelope. You recognize her as the maid's daughter, once dismissed by Edith for speaking out of turn. She hands you the letter. My mother said to give this to you. You thank her and open it. It's Edith's handwriting. dated the day before she died. I have begun to suspect that Magda knows more than she should. There are things in her eyes I don't like. I fear for Josephine. I fear for myself. If I do not survive, know this: what we suffer now is not new. It is merely the past, rewritten by those with better costumes. You fold the letter slowly. Another voice. Too late. In the garden, Roger kneels beside Josephine's tiny grave. He doesn't cry. He doesn't speak. Just sits with the silence. You join him. She was a child. He finally says, but she saw too much. You nod. Sophia appears beside you, her voice uncertain. Will you stay, or will you leave? You look around at the quiet house, at the ghosts in the windows, at the lives rewritten by blood and secrets. I'll go. You say there's nothing left to solve, only stories to forget. You pack that night, in your bag, the gloves, the final letter, and a single photograph of the whole family before the cracks began. As you drive away, the house shrinks in the rearview mirror, just bricks and ivy now. No masks, no script, only ashes, and an epitaph whispered in the wind. The stage is dark. The lies have rested. And still, the truth waits for its next audience. Chapter 11. I came into the AC's room at the yard to find Taverner finishing the recital of what had apparently been a tale of woe. And there you are, he was saying. I've turned the lot of them inside out, and what do I get? Nothing at all. No motives, none of them hard up. And all that we've got against the wife and her young man is that he made sheep's eyes at her when she poured him out his coffee. Come, come, Taverner, I said. I can do a little better than that for you. You can. Can you? Well, Mr. Charles, what did you get? I sat down, lit a cigarette, leaned back, and let them have it. Roger Leonidas and his wife were planning a getaway abroad next Tuesday. Roger and his father had a stormy interview on the day of the old man's death. Old Leonidas had found out something was wrong, and Roger was admitting culpability. Taverner went purple in the face. Where the hell did you get all that from? He demanded. If you got it from the servants, I didn't get it from the servants. I got it, I said. From a private inquiry agent. What do you mean? And I must say that, in accordance with the canons of the best detective stories, he, or rather she, or perhaps I'd better say, it has licked the police hollow. I also think, I went on, that my private detective has a few more things up her or its sleeve. Taverner opened his mouth and shut it again. He wanted to ask so many questions at once that he found it hard to begin. Roger, he said. So, Roger's a wrong 'un, is he? I felt a slight reluctance as I unburdened myself. I had liked Roger Leonidas, remembering his comfortable, friendly room, and the man's own friendly charm. I disliked setting the hounds of justice on his track. It was possible, of course, that all Josephine's information would be unreliable, but I did not really think so. So the kid told you, said Taverner. She seems to be wise to everything that goes on in that house. Children usually are, said my father dryly. This information, if true, altered the whole position. If Roger had been, as Josephine confidently suggested, embezzling the funds of Associated Catering, and if the old man had found it out, it might have been vital to silence old Leonidas and to leave England before the truth came out. Possibly Roger had rendered himself liable to criminal prosecution. It was agreed that inquiries should be made without delay into the affairs of Associated Catering. It will be an almighty crash. If that goes, my father remarked, it's a huge concern. There are millions involved. If it's really in Queer Street, it gives us what we want. Said Taverner. Father summons Roger. Roger breaks down and confesses. Brenda Leonidas was out at a cinema. Roger has only got to leave his father's room, walk into the bathroom, empty out an insulin vial, and replace it with the strong solution of Esserine, and there you are. Or his wife may have done it. She went over to the other wing after she came home. That day, says she went to fetch a pipe Roger had left there. But she could have gone over to switch the stuff before Brenda came home and gave him his injection. She'd be quite cool and capable about it. I nodded. Yes. I fancy her as the actual doer of the deed. She's cool enough for anything. And I don't really think that Roger Leonidas would think of poison as a means. That trick with the insulin has something feminine about it. Plenty of men poisoners, said my father dryly. Oh, I know, sir, said Taverner. Don't I know, he added with feeling. All the same, I shouldn't have said Roger was the type. Pritchard, the old man reminded him, was a good mixer. Let's say they were in it together. With the accent on Lady Macbeth, said my father, as Taverner departed. Is that how she strikes you? Charles, I visualized the slight, graceful figure standing by the window in that austere room. Not quite, I said. Lady Macbeth was essentially a greedy woman. I don't think Clemency Leonidas is. I don't think she wants or cares for possessions, but she might care, desperately, about her husband's safety. That, yes, and she could certainly be ruthless. Different kinds of ruthlessness. That was what Sophia had said. I looked up to see the old man watching me. What's in your mind, Charles? But I didn't tell him then. I was summoned on the following day and found Taverner and my father together. Taverner was looking pleased with himself and slightly excited. Associated Catering is on the rocks, said my father. Due to crash at any minute, said Taverner. I saw there had been a sharp fall in the shares last night. I said, but they seem to have recovered this morning. We've had to go about it very cautiously, said Taverner. No direct inquiries, nothing to cause a panic or to put the wind up our absconding gentlemen. But we've got certain private sources of information, and the information is fairly definite. Associated Catering is on the verge of a crash. It can't possibly meet its commitments. The truth seems to be that it's been grossly mismanaged for years by Roger Leonidas. Yes, he's had supreme power, and he's helped himself to money. No, said Taverner, we don't think he has. To put it bluntly, he may be a murderer, but we don't think he's a swindler. Quite frankly, he's just been a fool. He doesn't seem to have had any kind of judgment. He's launched out where he ought to have held in. He's hesitated and retreated where he ought to have launched out. He's delegated power to the last sort of people he ought to have delegated it to. He's a trustful sort of chap, and he's trusted the wrong people. At every time and on every occasion. He's done the wrong thing. There are people like that, said my father. And they're not really stupid either. They're bad judges of men. That's all. And they're enthusiastic at the wrong time. A man like that oughtn't to be in business at all, said Taverner. He probably wouldn't be, said my father, except for the accident of being Aristide Leonidas' son. That show was absolutely blooming when the old man handed it over to him. It ought to have been a gold mine. You'd think he could have just sat back and let the show run itself. No. My father shook his head. No show runs itself. There are always decisions to be made. A man sacked here, a man appointed. Small questions of policy. And with Roger Leonidas, the answer seems to have been always wrong. That's right, said Taverner. He's a loyal sort of chap. For one thing, he kept on the most frightful duds just because he had an affection for them, or because they'd been there a long time. And then he sometimes had wild, impractical ideas and insisted on trying them out in spite of the enormous outlay involved. But nothing criminal. My father insisted. No, nothing criminal. Then why murder, I asked. He may have been a fool and not a knave, said Taverner, but the result was the same or nearly the same. The only thing that could save Associated Catering from the smash was a really colossal sum of money by next he consulted a notebook by next Wednesday at the latest. Such a sum as he would inherit, or thought he would have inherited, under his father's will. Exactly, but he wouldn't be able to have got that sum in cash. No, but he'd have got credit. It's the same thing. The old man nodded. Wouldn't it have been simpler to go to old Leonidas and ask for help, he suggested. I think he did, said Taverner. I think that's what the kid overheard. The old boy refused point blank, I should imagine, to throw good money after bad. He would, I thought that Taverner was right there. Aristide Leonidas had refused the backing for Magda's play. He had said that it would not be a box office success. Events had proved him correct. He was a generous man to his family, but he was not a man to waste money in unprofitable enterprises. And Associated Catering ran to thousands, or probably hundreds of thousands. He had refused point blank, and the only way for Roger to avoid financial ruin was for his father to die. Yes, there was certainly a motive there, all right. My father looked at his watch. I've asked him to come here. He said, He'll be here any minute now. Roger. Yes. Will you walk into my parlor? Said the spider to the fly. I murmured. Taverner looked at me in a shocked way. We shall give him all the proper cautions. He said severely. The stage was set, the shorthand writer established. Presently, the buzzer sounded, and a few minutes later, Roger Leonidas entered the room. He came in eagerly, and rather clumsily, he stumbled over a chair. I was reminded, as before, of a large, friendly dog. At the same time, I decided quite definitely that it was not he who had carried out the actual process of transferring Esserine to an insulin bottle. He would have broken it, spilled it, or muffed the operation in some way or the other. No. Clemency's, I decided, had been the actual hand. Though Roger had been privy to the deed, words rushed from him. You wanted to see me. You found out something. Hello, Charles. I didn't see you. Nice of you to come along, but please tell me. Sir Arthur. Such a nice fellow. Really, such a nice fellow. But lots of murderers had been nice fellows, so their astonished friends had said afterwards, feeling rather like Judas. I smiled a greeting. My father was deliberate, coldly official. The glib phrases were uttered. Statement taken down. No compulsion. Solicitor. Roger Leonidas brushed them all aside with the same characteristic eager impatience. I saw the faint sardonic smile on Chief Inspector Taverner's face and read from it the thought in his mind. Always sure of themselves. These chaps. They can't make a mistake. They're far too clever. I sat down unobtrusively in a corner and listened. I have asked you to come here, Mr. Leonidas. My father said, not to give you fresh information, but to ask for some information from you, information that you have previously withheld. Roger Leonidas looked bewildered. Withheld. But I've told you everything. Absolutely everything, I think not. You had a conversation with the deceased on the afternoon of his death. Yes. Yes. I had tea with him. I told you so. You told us that. Yes. But you did not tell us about your conversation. We just talked. What about daily happenings? The house. Sophia. What about associated catering? Was that mentioned? I think I had hoped, up to then, that Josephine had been inventing the whole story. But if so, that hope was quickly quenched. Roger's face changed. It changed in a moment from eagerness to something that was recognizably close to despair. Oh my God, he said. He dropped into a chair and buried his face in his hands. Taverner smiled, like a contented cat. You admit, Mr. Leonidas, that you have not been frank with us. How did you get to know about that? I thought nobody knew. I don't see how anybody could know. We have means of finding out these things. Leonidas. There was a majestic pause. I think you will see now that you had better tell us the truth. Yes. Yes. Of course. I'll tell you. What do you want to know? Is it true that Associated Catering is on the verge of collapse? Yes. It can't be staved off now. The crash is bound to come. If only my father could have died without ever knowing. I feel so ashamed, so disgraced. There is a possibility of criminal prosecution. Roger sat up sharply. No, indeed. It will be bankruptcy, but an honorable bankruptcy. Creditors will be paid 20 shillings in the pound if I throw in my personal assets, which I shall do. No, the disgrace I feel is to have failed my father. He trusted me. He made over to me this, his largest concern and his pet concern. He never interfered. He never asked what I was doing. He just trusted me, and I let him down. My father said dryly, "You say there was no likelihood of criminal prosecution. Why then had you and your wife planned to go abroad without telling anybody of your intention? You know that too." Yes, Mr. Leonidas, but don't you see? He leaned forward eagerly. I couldn't face him with the truth. It would have looked, you see, as if I was asking for money, as though I wanted him to set me on my feet again. He was very fond of me. He would have wanted to help, but I couldn't. I couldn't go on. It would have meant making a mess of things all over again. I'm no good. I haven't got the ability. I'm not the man my father was. I've always known it. I've tried. But it's no good. I've been so miserable. God, you don't know how miserable I've been. Trying to get out of the muddle. Hoping I'd just get square. Hoping the dear old man would never need to hear about it. And then it came. No more hope of avoiding the crash. Clemency. My wife, she understood. She agreed with me. We thought out this plan. Say nothing to anyone. Go away. And then let the storm break. I'd leave a letter for my father, telling him all about it, telling him how ashamed I was and begging him to forgive me. He's been so good to me. Always. You don't know. But it would be too late then for him to do anything. That's what I wanted. Not to ask him, or even to seem to ask him for help. Start again on my own somewhere. Live simply and humbly. Grow things. Coffee fruit. Just have the bare necessities of life, hard on Clemency. But she swore she didn't mind. She's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I see. My father's voice was dry. And what made you change your mind? Change my mind. Yes. What made you decide to go to your father and ask for financial help? After all, Roger stared at him. But I didn't. Come now, Mr. Leonidas, you've got it all wrong. I didn't go to him. He sent for me. He'd heard, somehow, in the city. A rumor, I suppose. But he always knew things. Someone had told him. He tackled me with it. Then, of course, I broke down. I told him everything. I said it wasn't so much the money. It was the feeling I'd let him down after he'd trusted me. Roger swallowed convulsively. The dear old man, he said. You can't imagine how good he was to me. No reproaches, just kindness. I told him I didn't want help, that I preferred not to have it, that I'd rather go away, as I'd planned to do. But he wouldn't listen. He insisted on coming to the rescue, on putting Associated Catering on its legs again. Taverner said sharply, You are asking us to believe that your father intended to come to your assistance financially. Certainly, he did. He wrote to his brokers, then and there, giving them instructions. I suppose he saw the incredulity on the two men's faces. He flushed. Look here, he said. I've still got the letter. I was to post it. But of course, later, with the shock and confusion, I forgot. I've probably got it in my pocket now. He drew out his wallet and started hunting through it. Finally, he found what he wanted. It was a creased envelope with a stamp on it. It was addressed, as I saw by leaning forward, to Messrs. Greatorex and Hanbury. Read it for yourselves, he said. If you don't believe me. My father tore open the letter. Taverner went round behind him. I did not see the letter then, but I saw it later. It instructed Messrs. Greatorex and Hanbury to realize certain investments and asked for a member of the firm to be sent down on the following day to take certain instructions for the affairs of Associated Catering. Some of it was unintelligible to me, but its purpose was clear enough. Aristide Leonidas was preparing to put Associated Catering on its feet again. Taverner said, We will give you a receipt for this. Mr. Leonidas. Roger took the receipt. He got up and said, Is that all you do? See how it all was, don't you? Taverner said, Mr. Leonidas. Gave you this letter, and then you left him. What did you do next?" I rushed back to my own part of the house. My wife had just come in. I told her what my father proposed to do, how wonderful he had been. I hardly knew what I was doing. And your father was taken ill. How long after that? Let me see, half an hour, perhaps, or an hour. Brenda came rushing in. She was frightened. She said he looked queer. I rushed over with her, but I've told you all this before. During your former visit, did you go into the bathroom adjoining your father's room? At all? I don't think so. No, no. I am sure I didn't. Why, you can't possibly think that My father quelled the sudden indignation. He got up and shook hands. "Thank you. Mr. Leonidas," he said. "You have been very helpful. But you should have told us all this before." The door closed behind Roger. I got up and came to look at the letter lying on my father's table. "It could be a forgery," said Taverner hopefully. "It could be," said my father, "but I don't think it is. I think we'll have to accept it exactly as it stands. Old Leonidas was prepared to get his son out of this mess. It could have been done more efficiently by him alive than it could by Roger after his death, especially as it now transpires that no will is to be found and that in consequence Roger's actual amount of inheritance is open to question. That means delays and difficulties. As things now stand, the crash is bound to come. No. Taverner, Roger Leonidas and his wife had no motive for getting the old man out of the way. On the contrary, he stopped and repeated thoughtfully, as though a sudden thought had occurred to him. "On the contrary." "What's on your mind?" Sir Taverner asked. The old man said slowly, "If Aristide Leonidas had lived only another 24 hours, Roger would have been all right. But he didn't live 24 hours. He died suddenly and dramatically, within little more than an hour." Said Taverner. "Do you think somebody in the house wanted Roger to go broke? Someone who had an opposing financial interest? Doesn't seem likely. What's the position as regards the will?" my father asked. "Who actually gets old Leonidas' money?" Taverner heaved an exasperated sigh. "You know what lawyers are. Can't get a straight answer out of them. There's a former will, made when he married the second Mrs. Leonidas. That leaves the same sum to her, rather less to Miss de Haviland, and the remainder between Philip and Roger. I should have thought that if this will isn't signed, then the old one would operate. But it seems it isn't so simple as that. First, the making of the new will revoke the former one, and there are witnesses to the signing of it, and the testator's intention. It seems to be a toss-up if it turns out that he died intestate, and then the widow apparently gets the lot, or a life interest, at any rate. So, if the will's disappeared, Brenda Leonidas is the most likely person to profit by it. Yet, if there's been any hocus-pocus, it seems probable that she's at the bottom of it, and there obviously has been hocus-pocus. But I'm dashed if I see how it was done. I didn't see, either. I suppose we were really incredibly stupid, but we were looking at it, of course, from the wrong angle. Chapter 12. There was a short silence after Taverner had gone out. Then I said, "Dad, what are murderers like?" The old man looked at me thoughtfully. We understand each other so well that he knew exactly what was in my mind when I put that question, and he answered it very seriously. "Yes," He said, "That's important now. Very important. For you. Murders come close to you. You can't go on looking at it from the outside." I had always been interested, in an amateurish kind of way, in some of the more spectacular cases with which the CID had dealt. But, as my father said, I had been interested from the outside looking in, as it were, through the shop window. But now, as Sophia had seen much more quickly than I did, murder had become a dominant factor in my life. The old man went on, "I don't know if I'm the right person to ask. I could put you on to a couple of the tame psychiatrists who do jobs for us. They've got it all cut and dried. Or Taverner could give you all the inside dope. But you want, I take it, to hear what I, personally, as the result of my experience of criminals, think about it. That's what I want," I said gratefully. My father traced a little circle with his finger on the desktop. "What are murderers like?" Some of them, a faint, rather melancholy smile showed on his face, have been thoroughly nice chaps. I think I looked a little startled. "Oh, yes, they have," he said. "Nice ordinary fellows like you and me, or like that chap who went out just now, Roger Leonidas. Murder, you see, is an amateur crime. I'm speaking, of course, of the kind of murder you have in mind, not gangster stuff. One feels, very often, as though these nice ordinary chaps had been overtaken, as it were, by murder, almost accidentally. They've been in a tight place, or they've wanted something very badly, money or a woman, and they've killed to get it. The break that operates with most of us doesn't operate with them. A child, you know, translates desire into action without compunction. A child is angry with its kitten, says, "I'll kill you," and hits it on the head with a hammer, and then breaks its heart because the kitten doesn't come alive again. Lots of kids try to take a baby out of a pram and drown it because it usurps attention or interferes with their pleasures. They get very early to a stage when they know that that is wrong, that it will be punished. Later, they get to feel that it is wrong. But some people, I suspect, remain morally immature. They continue to be aware that murder is wrong, but they do not feel it. I don't think, in my experience, that any murderer has really felt remorse, and that, perhaps, is the mark of Cain. Murderers are set apart. They are different. Murder is wrong, but not for them. For them, it is necessary the victim has asked for it. It was the only way. Do you think, I asked, that if someone hated old Leonidas, had hated him, say, for a very long time, that would be a reason pure hate? Very unlikely. I should say. My father looked at me curiously. When you say hate, I presume you mean dislike carried to excess. A jealous hate is different, that rises out of affection and frustration. Constance Kent, everybody said, was very fond of the baby brother she killed, but she wanted, one supposes, the attention and the love that was bestowed on him. I think people more often kill those they love than those they hate, possibly because only the people you love can really make life unendurable to you. But all this doesn't help you much, does it? He went on. What you want, if I read you correctly, is some token, some universal sign that will help you to pick out a murderer from a household of apparently normal and pleasant people. Yes, that's it. Is there a common denominator? I wonder. You know, he paused and thought. If there is, I should be inclined to say it is vanity. Vanity, yes. I've never met a murderer who wasn't vain. It's their vanity that leads to their undoing. 9 times out of 10. They may be frightened of being caught, but they can't help strutting and boasting, and usually they're sure they've been far too clever to be caught. He added, and here's another thing. A murderer wants to talk. To talk. Yes, you see, having committed a murder puts you in a position of great loneliness. You'd like to tell somebody all about it, and you never can. And that makes you want to all the more. And so, if you can't talk about how you did it, you can at least talk about the murder itself. Discuss it. Advanced theories go over it. If I were you, Charles, I should look out for that. Go down there again. Mix with them all. And get them to talk. Of course it won't be plain sailing. Guilty or innocent. They'll be glad of the chance to talk to a stranger because they can say things to you that they couldn't say to each other. But it's possible. I think that you might spot a difference. A person who has something to hide can't really afford to talk at all. The bloke knew that in intelligence during the war. If you were captured, your name, rank, and number, but nothing more. People who attempt to give false information nearly always slip up. Get that household talking, Charles, and watch out for a slip or for some flash of self-revelation. I told him then what Sophia had said about the ruthlessness in the family, the different kinds of ruthlessness. He was interested. Yes, he said, your young woman has got something there. Most families have got a defect, a chink in their armor. Most people can deal with one weakness, but they mightn't be able to deal with 2 weaknesses of a different kind. Interesting thing. Heredity. Take the de Havilland ruthlessness, and what we might call the Leonides unscrupulousness. The de Havillands are all right because they're not unscrupulous. And the Leonides are all right because, though unscrupulous, they are kindly but get a descendant who inherited both of those traits. See what I mean? I had not thought of it quite in those terms. My father said, but I shouldn't worry your head about heredity. It's much too tricky and complicated a subject. No. My boy, go down there and let them talk to you. Your Sophia is quite right about one thing. Nothing but the truth is going to be any good to her or to you. You've got to know, he added as I went out of the room, and be careful of the child. Josephine. You mean don't let on to her what I'm up to? No, I didn't mean that. I meant look after her. We don't want anything to happen to her. I stared at him. Come, come. Charles, there's a cold-blooded killer somewhere in that household. The child. Josephine appears to know most of what goes on. She certainly knew all about Roger, even if she did leap to the conclusion that he was a swindler. Her account of what she overheard seems to have been quite accurate. Yes, yes. Child's evidence is always the best evidence there is. I'd rely on it every time. No good in court. Of course. Children can't stand being asked direct questions. They mumble or else look idiotic and say they don't know. They're at their best when they're showing off. That's what the child was doing to you. Showing off. You'll get more out of her in the same way. Don't go asking her questions. Pretend you think she doesn't know anything. That'll fetch her. He added, but take care of her. She may know a little too much for somebody's safety. Chapter 13. I went down to the crooked house, as I called it, in my own mind, with a slightly guilty feeling, though I had repeated to Taverner Josephine's confidences about Roger. I had said nothing about her statement that Brenda and Lawrence Brown wrote love letters to each other. I excused myself by pretending that it was mere romancing, and that there was no reason to believe that it was true. But actually, I had felt a strange reluctance to pile up additional evidence against Brenda Leonides. I had been affected by the pathos of her position in the house, surrounded by a hostile family united solidly against her. If such letters existed, doubtless, Taverner and his myrmidons would find them. I disliked to be the means of bringing fresh suspicion on a woman in a difficult position. Moreover, she had assured me solemnly that there was nothing of that kind between her and Lawrence, and I felt more inclined to believe her than to believe that malicious gnome Josephine. Had not Brenda said herself that Josephine was not all there? I stifled an uneasy certainty that Josephine was very much all there. I remembered the intelligence of her beady black eyes. I had rung up Sophia and asked if I might come down again. Please do. Charles, how are things going? I don't know. All right. They keep on searching the house. What are they looking for? I've no idea. We're all getting very nervy. Come as soon as you can. I shall go crazy if I can't talk to someone. I said I would come down straight away. There was no one in sight as I drove up to the front door. I paid the taxi, and it drove away. I felt uncertain whether to ring the bell or to walk in. The front door was open. As I stood there, hesitating, I heard a slight sound behind me. I turned my head sharply. Josephine, her face partially obscured by a very large apple, was standing in the opening of the yew hedge looking at me. As I turned my head, she turned away. Hello, Josephine. She did not answer, but disappeared behind the hedge. I crossed the drive and followed her. She was seated on the uncomfortable rustic bench by the goldfish pond, swinging her legs to and fro and biting into her apple. Above its rosy circumference, her eyes regarded me somberly, and with what I could not but feel was hostility. I've come down again. Josephine, I said. It was a feeble opening, but I found Josephine's silence and her unblinking gaze rather unnerving. With excellent strategic sense, she still did not reply. Is that a good apple? I asked. This time Josephine did condescend to reply. Her reply consisted of one word, woolly, a pity. I said, I don't like woolly apples. Josephine replied scornfully, Nobody does. Why wouldn't you speak to me when I said hello? I didn't want to. Why not? Josephine removed the apple from her face to assist in the clearness of her denunciation. You went and sneaked to the police. She said, Oh, I was rather taken aback. You mean about Uncle Roger? But it's all right. Josephine. I assured her, quite all right. They know he didn't do anything wrong, He hadn't embezzled any money or anything of that kind. Josephine threw me an exasperated glance. How stupid you are. I'm sorry. I wasn't worrying about Uncle Roger. It's simply that that's not the way to do detective work. Don't you know that you never tell the police until the very end? Oh, I see. I said, I'm sorry. Josephine, I'm really very sorry. So you should be, she added reproachfully. I trusted you. I said I was sorry for the third time. Josephine appeared a little mollified. She took another couple of bites of apple, but the police would have been bound to find out about all this. I said, we couldn't have kept it a secret. You mean because he's going bankrupt? As usual, Josephine was well informed. I suppose it will come to that. They're going to talk about it tonight, said Josephine. Father and mother and Uncle Roger and Aunt Edith. Aunt Edith would give him her money, only she hasn't got it yet. But I don't think Father will. He says if Roger has got in a jam, he's only got himself to blame. And what's the good of throwing good money after bad? And Mother won't hear of giving him any because she wants Father to put up the money for Edith Thompson. Do you know about Edith Thompson? She was married, but she didn't like her husband. She was in love with a young man called Bywaters, who came off a ship, and he went down a different street after the theater and stabbed him in the back. I marveled once more at the range and completeness of Josephine's knowledge, and also at the dramatic sense which, only slightly obscured by hazy pronouns, had presented all the salient facts in a nutshell. It sounds all right, said Josephine, but I don't suppose the play will be like that at all. It will be like Jezebel again. She sighed. I wish I knew why the dogs wouldn't eat the palms of her hands. Josephine, I said, you told me that you were almost sure who the murderer was. Well, who is it? She gave me a look of scorn. I see, I said. Not till the last chapter. Not even if I promise not to tell Inspector Taverner I want just a few more clues, said Josephine. Anyway, she added, throwing the core of the apple into the goldfish pool, I wouldn't tell you. If you're anyone, you're Watson. I stomached this insult. Okay, I said, I'm Watson. But even Watson was given the data, the facts. And then he made the wrong deductions from them. Wouldn't it be a lot of fun for you to see me making the wrong deductions? For a moment, Josephine was tempted. Then she shook her head. No, she said, and added anyway. I'm not very keen on Sherlock Holmes. It's awfully old-fashioned. They drive about in dog carts. What about those letters, I asked. What letters? The letters you said Lawrence Brown and Brenda wrote to each other. I made that up, said Josephine. I don't believe you. Yes, I did. I often make things up. It amuses me. I stared at her. She stared back. Look here. Josephine, I know a man at the British Museum who knows a lot about the Bible. If I find out from him why the dogs didn't eat the palms of Jezebel's hands, will you tell me about those letters? This time, Josephine really hesitated. Somewhere, not very far away. A twig snapped with a sharp cracking noise. Josephine said flatly, No, I won't. I accepted defeat. Rather late in the day, I remembered my father's advice. Oh, well, I said, it's only a game. Of course you don't really know anything. Josephine's eyes snapped, but she resisted the bait. I got up. I must go in now, I said, and find Sophia. Come along. I shall stop here, said Josephine. No, you won't. I said, you're coming in with me. Unceremoniously, I yanked her to her feet. She seemed surprised and inclined to protest, but yielded with a fairly good grace, partly, no doubt, because she wished to observe the reactions of the household to my presence. Why? I was so anxious for her to accompany me, I could not, at that moment, have said. It only came to me as we were passing through the front door. It was because of the sudden snapping of a twig. Chapter 14. There was a murmur of voices from the big drawing room. I hesitated but did not go in. I wandered down the passage and, led by some impulse, I pushed open a baize door. The passage beyond was dark, but suddenly a door opened showing a big lighted kitchen. In the doorway stood an old woman, a rather bulky old woman. She had a very clean white apron tied round her ample waist, and the moment I saw her, I knew that everything was all right. It is the feeling that a good nanny can always give you. I am 35, but I felt just like a reassured little boy of 4, as far as I knew. Nanny had never seen me, but she said at once, "It's Mr. Charles, isn't it? Come into the kitchen and let me give you a cup of tea." It was a big, happy-feeling kitchen. I sat down by the center table, and Nanny brought me a cup of tea and 2 sweet biscuits on a plate. I felt more than ever that I was in the nursery again. Everything was all right, and the terrors of the dark and the unknown were no more with me. "Miss Sophia will be glad you've come," said Nanny. "She's been getting rather overexcited." She added disapprovingly, "They're all overexcited." I looked over my shoulder. "Where's Josephine? She came in with me." Nanny made a disapproving clacking noise with her tongue. Listening at doors and writing down things in that silly little book she carries about with her. She said she ought to have gone to school and had children of her own age to play with. I've said so to Miss Edith, and she agrees, but the master would have it that she was best here in her home. I suppose he's very fond of her. I said, Sir, he was fond of them all." I looked slightly astonished, wondering why Philip's affection for his offspring was put so definitely in the past. Nanny saw my expression, and flushing slightly, she said, when I said the master, it was old Mr. Leonidas I meant. Before I could respond to that, the door opened with a rush, and Sophia came in. "Oh, Charles," she said, and then quickly, "Oh, Nanny, I'm so glad he's come. I know you are. Love." Nanny gathered up a lot of pots and pans and went off into a scullery with them. She shut the door behind her. I got up from the table and went over to Sophia. I put my arms round her and held her to me. "Dearest," I said, "you're trembling. What is it?" Sophia said, "I'm frightened, Charles. I'm frightened. I love you." I said, "If I could take you away." She drew apart and shook her head. "No, that's impossible. We've got to see this through. But you know, Charles, I don't like it. I don't like the feeling that someone in this house, someone I see and speak to every day, is a cold-blooded, calculating poisoner. And I didn't know how to answer that. To someone like Sophia, one can give no easy, meaningless reassurances." She said, "If only one knew. That must be the worst of it." I agreed. "You know what really frightens me," she whispered. "It's that we may never know." I could visualize easily what a nightmare that would be, and it seemed to me highly probable that it never might be known who had killed old Leonidas. But it also reminded me of a question I had meant to put to Sophia on a point that had interested me. Tell me, Sophia, I said, how many people in this house knew about the Esserine eye drops? I mean that your grandfather had them. And B, that they were poisonous, and what would be a fatal dose. I see what you're getting at, Charles, but it won't work. You see, we all knew. Well, yes. Vaguely, I suppose. But specifically, we knew specifically. We were all up with grandfather one day for coffee after lunch. He liked all the family round him, you know. And his eyes had been giving him a lot of trouble. And Brenda got the Esserine to put a drop in each eye. And Josephine, who always asks questions about everything, said, why does it say eye drops not to be taken on the bottle? And grandfather smiled and said, if Brenda were to make a mistake and inject eye drops into me one day instead of insulin, I suspect I should give a big gasp and go rather blue in the face and then die. Because you see, my heart isn't very strong. And Josephine said, ooh. And grandfather went on. So we must be careful that Brenda does not give me an injection of Esserine instead of insulin, mustn't we? Sophia paused and then said, we were all there listening. You see, we all heard I did see. I had some faint idea in my mind that just a little specialized knowledge would have been needed. But now it was borne in upon me that old Leonidas had actually supplied the blueprint for his own murder. The murderer had not had to think out a scheme, or to plan, or devise anything. A simple, easy method of causing death had been supplied by the victim himself. I drew a deep breath. Sophia, catching my thought, said yes. It's rather horrible, isn't it? You know, Sophia, I said slowly, there's just one thing does strike me. Yes, that you're right, and that it couldn't have been Brenda. She couldn't do it exactly that way, when you'd all listened, when you'd all remember. I don't know about that. She is rather dumb in some ways. You know, not as dumb as all that. I said, no, it couldn't have been Brenda. Sophia moved away from me. You don't want it to be Brenda, do you? She asked. And what could I say I couldn't know? I couldn't say flatly, yes, I hope it is Brenda. Why couldn't I, just the feeling that Brenda was all alone on one side, and the concentrated animosity of the powerful Leonidas family was arrayed against her on the other side. Chivalry, a feeling for the weaker, for the defenseless. I remembered her sitting on the sofa in her expensive rich mourning, the hopelessness in her voice, the fear in her eyes. Nanny came back rather opportunely from the scullery. I don't know whether she sensed a certain strain between myself and Sophia. She said disapprovingly, talking murders and such like, forget about it. That's what I say. Leave it to the police. It's their nasty business, not yours. Oh. Nanny, don't you realize that someone in this house is a murderer? Nonsense. Miss Sophia, I've no patience with you. Isn't the front door open all the time? All the doors open. Nothing locked asking for thieves and burglars. But it couldn't have been a burglar. Nothing was stolen. Besides, why should a burglar come in and poison somebody? I didn't say it was a burglar, Miss Sophia. I only said all the doors were open. Anyone could have got in. If you ask me, it was the communists. Nanny nodded her head in a satisfied way. Why on earth should communists Want to murder poor grandfather. Well, everyone says that they're at the bottom of everything that goes on. But if it wasn't the communists, mark my word, it was the Catholics, the Scarlet Woman of Babylon. That's what they are. With the air of one saying the last word, Nanny disappeared again into the scullery. Sophia and I laughed. A good old black Protestant. I said, yes, isn't she? Come on. Charles, come into the drawing room. There's a kind of family conclave going on. It was scheduled for this evening, but it started prematurely. I'd better not butt in. Sophia, if you're ever going to marry into the family, you'd better see just what it's like when it has the gloves off. What's it all about Roger's affairs? You seem to have been mixed up in them already. But you're crazy to think that Roger would ever have killed grandfather. Why? Roger adored him. I didn't really think Roger had. I thought Clemency might have, only because I put it into your head. But you're wrong there too. I don't think Clemency will mind a bit if Roger loses all his money. I think she'll actually be rather pleased. She's got a queer kind of passion for not having things. Come on. When Sophia and I entered the drawing room, the voices that were speaking stopped abruptly. Everybody looked at us. They were all there. Philip sitting in a big crimson brocaded armchair between the windows, his beautiful face set in a cold, stern mask. He looked like a judge about to pronounce sentence. Roger was astride a big pouf by the fireplace. He had ruffled up his hair between his fingers until it stood up all over his head. His left trouser leg was rucked up, and his tie askew. He looked flushed and argumentative. Clemency sat beyond him. Her slight form seemed too slender for the big stuffed chair. She was looking away from the others and seemed to be studying the wall panels with a dispassionate gaze. Edith sat in a grandfather chair, bolt upright. She was knitting with incredible energy. Her lips pressed tightly together. The most beautiful thing in the room to look at was Magda and Eustace. They looked like a portrait by Gainsborough. They sat together on the sofa, the dark, handsome boy with a sullen expression on his face. And beside him, one arm thrust out along the back of the sofa, sat Magda, the Duchess of Three Gables, in a picture gown of taffetas with one small foot in a brocaded slipper thrust out in front of her. Philip frowned. Sophia, he said, I'm sorry, but we are discussing family matters which are of a private nature. Miss de Haviland's needles clicked. I prepared to apologize and retreat. Sophia forestalled me. Her voice was clear and determined. Charles and I, she said, hope to get married. I want Charles to be here. And why on earth not? Cried Roger, springing up from his pouf with explosive energy. I keep telling you. Philip, there's nothing private about this. The whole world is going to know tomorrow or the day after. Anyway, my dear boy, he came and put a friendly hand on my shoulder. You know all about it. You were there this morning. Do tell me, cried Magda. Leaning forward, what is it like at Scotland Yard? One always wonders. A table, a desk chairs. What kind of curtains, no flowers? I suppose a dictaphone. Put a sock in it. Mother, said Sophia. And anyway, You told Vavasour Jones to cut that Scotland Yard scene. You said it was an anticlimax. It makes it too like a detective play, said Magda. Edith Thompson is definitely a psychological drama or psychological thriller. Which do you think sounds best? You were there this morning? Philip asked me sharply. Why? Oh, of course your father. He frowned. I realized more clearly than ever that my presence was unwelcome, but Sophia's hand was clenched on my arm. Clemency moved a chair forward. Do sit down, she said. I gave her a grateful glance and accepted. You may say what you like, said Miss de Haviland, apparently going on from where they had all left off, but I do think we ought to respect Aristide's wishes. When this business is straightened out, as far as I'm concerned, my legacy is entirely at your disposal. Roger tugged his hair in a frenzy. No, Aunt Edith. No, he cried. I wish I could say the same, said Philip, but one has to take every factor into consideration. Dear old Phil, don't you understand? I'm not going to take a penny from anyone. Of course he can't, snapped Clemency. Anyway, Edith, said Magda, if the will is straightened out, he'll have his own legacy, but it can't possibly be straightened out in time. Can it? Asked Eustace. You don't know anything about it. Eustace, said Philip. The boy's absolutely right, cried Roger. He's put his finger on the spot. Nothing can avert the crash. Nothing. He spoke with a kind of relish. There is really nothing to discuss, said Clemency. Anyway, said Roger, what does it matter? I should have thought it mattered a good deal, said Philip, pressing his lips together. No, said Roger. No. Does anything matter compared with the fact that Father is dead? Father is dead. And we sit here discussing mere money matters. A faint color rose in Philip's pale cheeks. We are only trying to help, he said stiffly. I know. Phil, old boy, I know. But there's nothing anyone can do. So let's call it a day. I suppose, said Philip, that I could raise a certain amount of money. Securities have gone down a good deal, and some of my capital is tied up in such a way that I can't touch it. Magda's settlement and so on. But Magda said quickly, of course you can't raise the money. Darling, it would be absurd to try and not very fair on the children. I tell you, I'm not asking anyone for anything, shouted Roger. I'm hoarse with telling you so. I'm quite content that things should take their course. It's a question of prestige, said Philip. Father's, ours, it wasn't a family business. It was solely my concern. Yes, said Philip, looking at him. It was entirely your concern. Edith de Haviland got up and said, I think we've discussed this enough. There was in her voice that authentic note of authority that never fails to produce its effect. Philip and Magda got up. Eustace lounged out of the room, and I noticed the stiffness of his gait. He was not exactly lame, but his walk was a halting one. Roger linked his arm in Philip's and said, You've been a brick. Phil, even to think of such a thing. The brothers went out together, Magda murmured. Such a fuss as she followed them. And Sophia said that she must see about my room. Edith de Haviland stood rolling up her knitting. She looked towards me, and I thought she was going to speak to me. There was something almost like appeal in her glance. However, she changed her mind, sighed, and went out after the others. Clemency had moved over to the window and stood looking out into the garden. I went over and stood beside her. She turned her head slightly towards me. "Thank goodness that's over," she said, and added with distaste, "What a preposterous room this is. Don't you like it? I can't breathe in it. There's always a smell of half-dead flowers and dust." I thought she was unjust to the room, but I knew what she meant. It was very definitely an interior. It was a woman's room. Exotic, soft, shut away from the rude blasts of outside weather. It was not a room that a man would be happy in for long. It was not a room where you could relax and read the newspaper and smoke a pipe and put up your feet. Nevertheless, I preferred it to Clemency's own abstract expression of herself upstairs. On the whole, I prefer a boudoir to an operating theater. She said, looking round, "It's just a stage set, a background for Magda to play her scenes against." She looked at me. "You realize, don't you, what we've just been doing? Act 2, the family conclave. Magda arranged it. It didn't mean a thing. There was nothing to talk about, nothing to discuss. It's all settled, finished." There was no sadness in her voice. Rather, there was satisfaction. She caught my glance. "Oh, don't you understand?" she said impatiently. "We're free at last. Don't you understand that Roger's been miserable, absolutely miserable, for years? He never had any aptitude for business. He likes things like horses and cows and pottering round in the country. But he adored his father. They all did. That's what's wrong with this house too much family. I don't mean that the old man was a tyrant, or preyed upon them, or bullied them. He didn't. He gave them money and freedom. He was devoted to them, and they kept on being devoted to him. Is there anything wrong in that? I think there is. I think, when your children have grown up, that you should cut away from them. Efface yourself. Slink away. Force them to forget you. Force them. That's rather drastic, isn't it? Isn't coercion as bad one way as another? If he hadn't made himself such a personality, you can't make yourself a personality. I said, he was a personality. He was too much of a personality for Roger. Roger worshipped him. He wanted to do everything his father wanted him to do. He wanted to be the kind of son his father wanted, and he couldn't. His father made over Associated Catering to him. It was the old man's particular joy and pride, and Roger tried hard to carry on in his father's footsteps, but he hadn't got that kind of ability. In business matters, Roger is, yes, I'll say it plainly, a fool, and it nearly broke his heart. He's been miserable for years, struggling, seeing the whole thing go down the hill, having sudden, wonderful ideas and schemes which always went wrong and made it worse than ever. It's a terrible thing to feel you're a failure year after year. You don't know how unhappy he's been. I do. Again, she turned and faced me. You thought, you actually suggested to the police that Roger would have killed his father for money. You don't know how absolutely ridiculous that is. I do know it now, I said humbly. When Roger knew he couldn't stave it off any more, that the crash was bound to come, he was actually relieved. Yes, he was. He worried about his father's knowing, but not about anything else. He was looking forward to the new life we were going to live. Her face quivered a little, and her voice softened. "Where were you going?" I asked. To Barbados. A distant cousin of mine died a short time ago and left me a tiny estate out there. Oh, nothing much. But it was somewhere to go. We'd have been desperately poor, but we'd have scratched a living it costs very little just to live. We'd have been together unworried, away from them all. She sighed. Roger is a ridiculous person. He would worry about me about my being poor. I suppose he's the Leonides' attitude to money too firmly in his mind. When my first husband was alive, we were terribly poor, and Roger thinks it was so brave and wonderful of me. He doesn't realize that I was happy, really happy. I've never been so happy since, and yet I never loved Richard as I love Roger. Her eyes half closed. I was aware of the intensity of her feeling. She opened her eyes, looked at me and said, "So you see, I would never have killed anyone for money. I don't like money." I was quite sure that she meant exactly what she said. Clemency Leonides was one of those rare people to whom money does not appeal. They dislike luxury, prefer austerity, and are suspicious of possessions. Still, there are many to whom money has no personal appeal, but who can be tempted by the power it confers. I said, "You mightn't want money for yourself, but wisely directed. Money can do a lot of interesting things. It can endow research. For example, I had suspected that Clemency might be a fanatic about her work, but she merely said, 'I doubt if endowments ever do much good. They're usually spent in the wrong way. The things that are worthwhile are usually accomplished by someone with enthusiasm and drive and with natural vision. Expensive equipment and training and experiment never does what you'd imagine it might do. The spending of it usually gets into the wrong hands. Will you mind giving up your work when you go to Barbados?' I asked. 'You're still going, I presume?' 'Oh, yes, as soon as the police will let us.' 'No, I shan't mind giving up my work at all. Why should I? I wouldn't like to be idle, but I shan't be idle in Barbados.' She added impatiently, 'Oh, if only this could all be cleared up quickly, and we could get away.' 'Clemency,' I said, 'have you any idea at all who did do this, granting that you and Roger had no hand in it? And really, I can't see any reason to think you had. Surely, with your intelligence, you must have some idea of who did.' She gave me a rather peculiar look, a darting, sideways glance. When she spoke, her voice had lost its spontaneity. It was awkward, rather embarrassed. 'One can't make guesses. It's unscientific,' she said. 'One can only say that Brenda and Lawrence are the obvious suspects.' 'So you think they did it?' Clemency shrugged her shoulders. She stood for a moment as though listening. Then she went out of the room, passing Edith de Haviland in the doorway. Edith came straight over to me. 'I want to talk to you,' she said. My father's words leapt into my mind. Was this? But Edith de Haviland was going on. 'I hope you didn't get the wrong impression,' she said. 'About Philip? I mean, Philip is rather difficult to understand. He may seem to you reserved and cold, but that is not so at all. It's just a manner. He can't help it. I really hadn't thought I began.' But she swept on just now, about Roger. 'It isn't really that he's grudging. He's never been mean about money. And he's really a dear. He's always been a dear, but he needs understanding.' I looked at her with the air, I hope, of one who is willing to understand. She went on. It's partly, I think, from having been the second of the family. There's often something about a second child, they start handicapped. He adored his father. You see, of course, all the children adored Aristide, and he adored them. But Roger was his especial pride and joy, being the eldest, the first, and I think Philip felt it. He drew back right into himself. He began to like books, and the past, and things that were well divorced from everyday life. I think he suffered children do suffer. She paused and went on. What I really mean, I suppose, is that he's always been jealous of Roger. I think perhaps he doesn't know it himself. But I think the fact that Roger has come a cropper, oh, it seems an odious thing to say. And really, I'm sure he doesn't realize it himself. But I think perhaps Philip isn't as sorry about it as he ought to be. You mean really that he's rather pleased Roger has made a fool of himself? Yes, said Miss de Haviland. I mean just exactly that, she added, frowning a little. It distressed me, you know, that he didn't at once offer to help his brother. Why should he, I said. After all, Roger has made a muck of things. He's a grown man. There are no children to consider. If he were ill or in real want, of course his family would help, but I've no doubt Roger would really much prefer to start afresh entirely on his own. Oh, he would. It's only Clemency he minds about, and Clemency is an extraordinary creature. She really likes being uncomfortable and having only one utility teacup to drink out of. Modern, I suppose. She's no sense of the past, no sense of beauty. I felt her shrewd eyes looking me up and down. This is a dreadful ordeal for Sophia. She said, I am so sorry her youth should be dimmed by it. I love them all, you know, Roger and Philip, and now Sophia and Eustace and Josephine, all the dear children. Marcia's children. Yes, I love them dearly. She paused and then added sharply, but, mind you, this side idolatry. She turned abruptly and went on. I had the feeling that she had meant something by her last remark that I did not quite understand. Chapter 15. Your room's ready, said Sophia. She stood by my side looking out at the garden. It looked bleak and gray now, with the half-denuded trees swaying in the wind. Sophia echoed my thoughts as she said, How desolate it looks. As we watched, a figure, and then presently another came through the yew hedge from the rock garden. They both looked gray and unsubstantial in the fading light. Brenda Leonides was the first. She was wrapped in a gray chinchilla coat, and there was something cat-like and stealthy in the way she moved. She slipped through the twilight with a kind of eerie grace. I saw her face as she passed the window. There was a half-smile on it. The curving, crooked smile I had noticed upstairs. A few minutes later, Lawrence Brown, looking slender and shrunken, also slipped through the twilight. I can only put it that way. They did not seem like two people walking. Two people who had been out for a stroll. There was something furtive and unsubstantial about them, like two ghosts. I wondered if it was under Brenda's or Lawrence's foot. A twig had snapped. By a natural association of ideas. I asked, Where's Josephine? Probably with Eustace up in the schoolroom. She frowned. I'm worried about Eustace. Charles? Why? He's so moody and odd. He's been so different ever since that wretched paralysis. I can't make out what's going on in his mind. Sometimes he seems to hate us all. He'll probably grow out of all that. It's just a phase. Yes, I suppose so, but I do get worried. Charles, why? Dear heart, really? I suppose because mother and father never worry. They're not like a mother and father. That may be all for the best. More children suffer from interference than from non-interference. That's true. You know, I never thought about it until I came back from abroad. But they really are a queer couple. Father living determinedly in a world of obscure historical bypaths, and mother having a lovely time creating scenes. That tomfoolery this evening was all mother. There was no need for it. She just wanted to play a family conclave scene. She gets bored, you know, down here, and has to try and work up a drama. For the moment, I had a fantastic vision of Sophia's mother poisoning her elderly father-in-law in a light-hearted manner in order to observe a murder drama at first hand with herself in the leading role. An amusing thought. I dismissed it as such, but it left me a little uneasy. Mother, said Sophia, has to be looked after the whole time. You never know what she's up to. Forget your family. Sophia, I said firmly, I shall be only too delighted to. But it's a little difficult at the present moment. But I was happy out in Cairo when I had forgotten them all. I remembered how Sophia had never mentioned her home or her people. Is that why you never talked about them? I asked. Because you wanted to forget them. I think so. We've always, all of us, lived too much in each other's pockets. We're all too fond of each other. We're not like some families where they all hate each other like poison. That must be pretty bad. But it's almost worse to live all tangled up in conflicting affections. She added, I think that's what I mean when I said we all lived together in a little crooked house. I didn't mean that it was crooked in the dishonest sense. I think what I meant was that we hadn't been able to grow up independent, standing by ourselves, upright. We're all a bit twisted and twining. I saw Edith de Haviland's heel grinding a weed into the path as Sophia added like bindweed. And then suddenly Magda was with us, flinging open the door, crying out, Darlings, why don't you have the lights on? It's almost dark, and she pressed the switches, and the lights sprang up on the walls and on the tables, and she and Sophia and I pulled the heavy rose curtains, and there we were, in the flower-scented interior, and Magda, flinging herself on the sofa, cried. What an incredible scene it was, wasn't it? How cross Eustace was. He told me he thought it was all positively indecent. How funny boys are. She sighed. Roger's rather a pet. I love him when he rumples his hair and starts knocking things over. Wasn't it sweet of Edith to offer her legacy to him? She really meant it. You know, it wasn't just a gesture. But it was terribly stupid. It might have made Philip think he ought to do it too. Of course, Edith would do anything for the family. There's something very pathetic in the love of a spinster for her sister's children. Someday, I shall play one of those devoted spinster aunts. Inquisitive and obstinate and devoted. It must have been hard for her after her sister died, I said, refusing to be sidetracked into discussion of another of Magda's roles. I mean, if she disliked old Leonidas so much. Magda interrupted me. Disliked him? Who told you that nonsense? She was in love with him. Mother said, Sophia. Now don't try and contradict me. Sophia. Naturally, at your age, you think love is all two good-looking young people in the moonlight. She told me. I said that she had always disliked him. Probably she did when she first came. She'd been angry with her sister for marrying him. I dare say there was always some antagonism, but she was in love with him all right, darling. I do know what I'm talking about. Of course, with deceased wife's sister and all that. He couldn't have married her, and I dare say he never thought of it, and quite probably she didn't either. She was quite happy mothering the children and having fights with him, but she didn't like it when he married Brenda. She didn't like it a bit. No more did you and Father, said Sophia. No, of course we hated it. Naturally, but Edith hated it most. Darling, the way I've seen her look at Brenda. Now, Mother, said Sophia. Magda threw her an affectionate and half-guilty glance, the glance of a mischievous, spoilt child. She went on, with no apparent realization of any lack of continuity. I've decided Josephine really must go to school. Josephine, to school? Yeah, to Switzerland. I'm going to see about it tomorrow. I really think we might get her off at once. It's so bad for her to be mixed up in a horrid business like this. She's getting quite morbid about it. What she needs is other children of her own age. School life. I've always thought so. Grandfather didn't want her to go to school, said Sophia slowly. He was very much against it. Darling old Sweetie Pie liked us all here under his eye. Very old people are often selfish in that way. A child ought to be amongst other children. And Switzerland is so healthy, all the winter sports, and the air, and so much better food than we get here. It will be difficult to arrange for Switzerland now with all the currency regulations. Won't it? I asked. Nonsense, Charles. There's some kind of educational racket, or you exchange with a Swiss child. There are all sorts of ways. Rudolf Alster's in Lausanne. I shall wire him tomorrow to arrange everything. We can get her off by the end of the week. Magda punched a cushion, smiled at us, went to the door, stood a moment looking back at us in a quite enchanting fashion. It's only the young who count, she said, as she said it. It was a lovely line. They must always come first. And, darlings, think of the flowers, the blue gentians, the narcissus. In October, asked Sophia, but Magda had gone. Sophia heaved an exasperated sigh. Really, she said, Mother is too trying. She gets these sudden ideas, and she sends thousands of telegrams, and everything has to be arranged at a moment's notice. Why should Josephine be hustled off to Switzerland, all in a flurry? There's probably something in the idea of school. I think children of her own age would be a good thing for Josephine. Grandfather didn't think so, said Sophia obstinately. I felt slightly irritated. My dear Sophia, do you really think an old gentleman of over 80 is the best judge of a child's welfare? He was about the best judge of anybody in this house, said Sophia. Better than your Aunt Edith? No, perhaps not. She did rather favor school. I admit, Josephine's got into rather difficult ways. She's got a horrible habit of snooping, but I really think it's just because she's playing detectives. Was it only the concern for Josephine's welfare? which had occasioned Magda's sudden decision, I wondered. Josephine was remarkably well informed about all sorts of things that had happened prior to the murder, and which had been certainly no business of hers. A healthy school life with plenty of games would probably do her a world of good. But I did rather wonder at the suddenness and urgency of Magda's decision. Switzerland was a long way off. Chapter 16. The old man had said, "Let them talk to you." As I shaved the following morning, I considered just how far that had taken me. Edith de Havilland had talked to me. She had sought me out for that especial purpose. Clemency had talked to me, or had I talked to her? Magda had talked to me, in a sense that is, I had formed part of the audience to one of her broadcasts. Sophia, naturally, had talked to me. Even Nanny had talked to me. Was I any the wiser for what I had learned from them all? Was there any significant word or phrase? More? Was there any evidence of that abnormal vanity on which my father had laid stress? I couldn't see that there was. The only person who had shown absolutely no desire to talk to me in any way or on any subject was Philip. Was not that, in a way, rather abnormal? He must know by now that I wanted to marry his daughter, yet he continued to act as though I was not in the house at all. Presumably, he resented my presence there. Edith de Havilland had apologized for him. She had said it was just manner. She had shown herself concerned about Philip. Why, I considered Sophia's father. He was in every sense a repressed individual. He had been an unhappy, jealous child. He had been forced back into himself. He had taken refuge in the world of books in the historical past. That studied coldness and reserve of his might conceal a good deal of passionate feeling. The inadequate motive of financial gain by his father's death was unconvincing. I did not think for a moment that Philip Leonidas would kill his father, because he himself had not quite as much money as he would like to have. But there might be some deep psychological reason for his desiring his father's death. Philip had come back to his father's house to live, and later, as a result of the Blitz. Roger had come, and Philip had been obliged to see day by day that Roger was his father's favorite. Might things have come to such a pass in his tortured mind that the only relief possible was his father's death, and supposing that death should incriminate his elder brother Roger was short of money on the verge of a crash, knowing nothing of that last interview between Roger and his father and the latter's offer of assistance, might not Philip have believed that the motive would seem so powerful that Roger would be at once suspected? Was Philip's mental balance sufficiently disturbed to lead him to do murder? I cut my chin with the razor and swore. What the hell was I trying to do? Fasten murder on Sophia's father. That was a nice thing to try and do. That wasn't what Sophia had wanted me to come down here for. Or was it? There was something, had been something all along, behind Sophia's appeal. If there was any lingering suspicion in her mind that her father was the killer, then she would never consent to marry me in case that suspicion might be true. And since she was Sophia, clear-eyed and brave, she wanted the truth. Since uncertainty would be an eternal and perpetual barrier between us, hadn't she been in effect saying to me, "Prove that this dreadful thing I am imagining is not true, but if it is true, then prove its truth to me so that I can know the worst and face it"? Did Edith de Havilland know? or suspect that Philip was guilty? What had she meant by this side idolatry? And what had clemency meant by that peculiar look she had thrown at me when I had asked her who she suspected? And she had answered, Lawrence and Brenda are the obvious suspects, aren't they? The whole family wanted it to be Brenda and Lawrence, hoped it might be Brenda and Lawrence, but didn't really believe it was Brenda and Lawrence. And of course, the whole family might be wrong. And it might really be Lawrence and Brenda after all. Or it might be Lawrence and not Brenda. That would be a much better solution. I finished dabbing my cut chin and went down to breakfast, filled with the determination to have an interview with Lawrence Brown as soon as possible. It was only as I drank my second cup of coffee that it occurred to me that the crooked house was having its effect on me also. I, too, wanted to find not the true solution, but the solution that suited me best. After breakfast, I went through the hall and up the stairs. Sophia had told me that I should find Lawrence giving instruction to Eustace and Josephine in the schoolroom. I hesitated on the landing outside Brenda's front door. Did I ring and knock, or did I walk right in? I decided to treat the house as an integral Leonides home and not as Brenda's private residence. I opened the door and passed inside. Everything was quiet. There seemed no one about. On my left, the door into the big drawing room was closed. On my right, 2 open doors showed a bedroom and adjoining bathroom. This I knew was the bathroom adjoining Aristide Leonides' bedroom, where the Esserine and the insulin had been kept. The police had finished with it now. I pushed the door open and slipped inside. I realized then how easy it would have been for anyone in the house, or from outside the house, for the matter of that, to come up here and into the bathroom unseen. I stood in the bathroom looking round. It was sumptuously appointed, with gleaming tiles and a sunken bath. At one side were various electric appliances, a hot plate and grill under, an electric kettle, a small electric saucepan, a toaster, everything that a valet attendant to an old gentleman might need. On the wall was a white enameled cupboard. I opened it. Inside were medical appliances, 2 medicine glasses, eye bath, eye dropper, and a few labeled bottles: aspirin, boracic powder, iodine, elastoplast bandages, etc. On a separate shelf were the stacked supply of insulin, 2 hypodermic needles, and a bottle of surgical spirit. On a third shelf was a bottle marked the tablets 1 or 2 to be taken at night as ordered. On this shelf, no doubt, had stood the bottle of eye drops. It was all clear, well arranged, easy for anyone to get at if needed, and equally easy to get at for murder. I could do what I liked with the bottles and then go softly out and downstairs again, and nobody would ever know I had been there. All this was, of course, nothing new, but it brought home to me how difficult the task of the police was. Only from the guilty party or parties could one find out what one needed. Rattle 'em, Taverner had said to me. Get 'em on the run. Make 'em think we're on to something. Keep ourselves well in the limelight. Sooner or later, if we do, our criminal will stop leaving well alone and try to be smarter still, and then we've got him. Well, the criminal hadn't reacted to this treatment so far. I came out of the bathroom. Still no one about. I went on along the corridor. I passed the dining room on the left, and Brenda's bedroom and bathroom on the right. In the latter, one of the maids was moving about. The dining room door was closed. From a room beyond that, I heard Edith de Havilland's voice telephoning to the inevitable fishmonger. A spiral flight of stairs led to the floor above. I went up them. Edith's bedroom and sitting room were here. I knew. And two more bathrooms, and Lawrence Brown's room. Beyond that again, the short flight of steps, down to the big room, built out over the servants' quarters at the back, which was used as a schoolroom. Outside the door, I paused. Lawrence Brown's voice could be heard, slightly raised, from inside. I think Josephine's habit of snooping must have been catching. Quite unashamedly, I leaned against the door jamb and listened. It was a history lesson that was in progress, and the period in question was the French Directoire. As I listened, astonishment opened my eyes. It was a considerable surprise to me to discover that Lawrence Brown was a magnificent teacher. I don't know why it should have surprised me so much. After all, Aristide Leonidas had always been a good picker of men. For all his mouse-like exterior, Lawrence had that supreme gift of being able to rouse enthusiasm and imagination in his pupils. The drama of Thermidor, the decree of outlawry against the Robespierrists, the magnificence of Barras, the cunning of Fouché Napoleon, the half-starved young gunner lieutenant, all these were real and living. Suddenly, Lawrence stopped. He asked Eustace and Josephine a question. He made them put themselves in the place of first one and then another figure in the drama. Though he didn't get much result from Josephine, whose voice sounded as though she had a cold in the head. Eustace sounded quite different from his usual moody self. He showed brains and intelligence and the keen historical sense which he had doubtless inherited from his father. Then I heard the chairs being pushed back and scraped across the floor. I retreated up the steps and was apparently just coming down them when the door opened. Eustace and Josephine came out. "Hello," I said. Eustace looked surprised to see me. "Do you want anything?" he asked politely. Josephine, taking no interest in my presence, slipped past me. "I just wanted to see the schoolroom," I said rather feebly. "You saw it the other day, didn't you? It's just a kid's place, really. Used to be the nursery. It's still got a lot of toys in it." He held open the door for me, and I went in. Lawrence Brown stood by the table. He looked up, flushed, murmured something in answer to my good morning, and went hurriedly out. "You've scared him," said Eustace. "He's very easily scared. Do you like him?" Eustace: "Oh, he's all right. An awful ass, of course. But not a bad teacher, no. As a matter of fact, he's quite interesting. He knows an awful lot. He makes you see things from a different angle. I never knew that Henry VIII wrote poetry to Anne Boleyn. Of course, jolly decent poetry. We talked for a few moments on such subjects as The Ancient Mariner, Chaucer, the political implications behind the Crusades, the medieval approach to life, and the, to Eustace, surprising fact that Oliver Cromwell had prohibited the celebration of Christmas Day. Behind Eustace's scornful and rather ill-tempered manner, there was, I perceived, an inquiring and able mind very soon. I began to realize the source of his ill humor. His illness had not only been a frightening ordeal, it had also been a frustration and a setback, just at a moment when he had been enjoying life. I was to have been in the 11 next term, and I'd got my house colors. "It's pretty thick," to have to stop at home and do lessons with a rotten kid like Josephine. Why? She's only 12. Yes, but you don't have the same studies. Do you know? Of course, she doesn't do advanced maths or Latin, but you don't want to have to share a tutor with a girl. I tried to soothe his injured male pride by remarking that Josephine was quite an intelligent girl for her age. Do you think so? I think she's awfully wet. She's mad keen on this detecting stuff, goes around poking her nose in everywhere and writing things down in a little black book and pretending that she's finding out a lot. Just a silly kid. That's all she is, said Eustace loftily. Anyway, he added, girls can't be detectives. I told her so. I think Mother's quite right, and the sooner Jo's packed off to Switzerland the better. Wouldn't you miss her? Miss a kid of that age? Said Eustace haughtily. Of course not. My goodness. This house is the absolute limit, Mother always harrying up and down to London and bullying tame dramatists to rewrite plays for her and making frightful fusses about nothing at all. And Father shut up with his books and sometimes not hearing you if you speak to him. I don't see why I should have to be burdened with such peculiar parents. Then there's Uncle Roger, always so hearty that it makes you shudder. Aunt Clemency's all right. She doesn't bother you, but I sometimes think she's a bit batty. Aunt Edith's not too bad, but she's old. Things have been a bit more cheerful since Sophia came back, though she can be pretty sharp sometimes. But it is a queer household. Don't you think so? Having a step-grandmother young enough to be your aunt or your older sister? I mean, it makes you feel an awful ass. I had some comprehension of his feelings. I remembered very dimly my own supersensitiveness at Eustace's age, my horror of appearing in any way unusual, or of my near relatives departing from the normal. What about your grandfather? I said. Were you fond of him? A curious expression flitted across Eustace's face. Grandfather, he said, was definitely antisocial. In what way? He thought of nothing but the profit motive. Lawrence says that's completely wrong. And he was a great individualist. All that sort of thing has got to go. Don't you think so? Well, I said, rather brutally, he has gone. A good thing. Really? Said Eustace. I don't want to be callous, but you can't really enjoy life at that age. Didn't he? He couldn't have. Anyway, it was time he went. Eustace broke off as Lawrence Brown came back into the schoolroom. Lawrence began fussing about with some books, but I thought that he was watching me out of the corner of his eye. He looked at his wristwatch and said, "Please be back here sharp at 11. Eustace, we've wasted too much time the last few days. Okay? Sir." Eustace lounged towards the door and went out whistling. Lawrence Brown darted another sharp glance at me. He moistened his lips once or twice. I was convinced that he had come back into the schoolroom solely in order to talk to me. Presently, after a little aimless stacking and unstacking of books and a pretense of looking for a book that was missing, he spoke. How are they getting on?" he said. The police." His nose twitched. A mouse in a trap. I thought, a mouse in a trap. They don't take me into their confidence. I said, "Oh, I thought your father was the assistant commissioner." "He is." I said, but naturally, he would not betray official secrets. I made my voice purposely pompous. Then you don't know how what if his voice trailed off. They're not going to make an arrest, are they? Not so far as I know. But then, as I say, I mightn't know. Get him on the run, Inspector Taverner had said. Get 'em rattled. Well, Lawrence Brown was rattled all right. He began talking quickly and nervously. You don't know what it's like. The strain, not knowing what I mean. They just come and go asking questions. Questions that don't seem to have anything to do with the case. Ki. Finyaidi Tamasi. He broke off. I waited. He wanted to talk well. Then, let him talk. You were there when the chief inspector made that monstrous suggestion the other day about Mrs. Leonidas and myself. It was monstrous. It makes one feel so helpless. One is powerless to prevent people thinking things, and it is all so wickedly untrue. Just because she was so many years younger than her husband. People have dreadful minds. Dreadful minds. I feel I can't help feeling that it is all a plot. A plot. That's interesting. It was interesting, though not quite in the way he took it. The family, you know, Mr. Leonidas' family, have never been sympathetic to me. They were always aloof. I always felt that they despised me. His hands had begun to shake. Just because they have always been rich and powerful. They looked down on me. What was I to them only the tutor? Only a wretched, conscientious objector. And my objections were conscientious, and they were indeed. I said nothing. All right then, he burst out. What if I was afraid? Afraid I'd make a mess of it. Afraid that when I had to pull a trigger, I mightn't be able to bring myself to do it. How can you be sure it's a Nazi you're going to kill? It might be some decent lad, some village boy with no political leanings, just called up for his country's service. I believe war is wrong. Do you understand? I believe it is wrong. I was still silent. I believed that my silence was achieving more than any arguments or agreements could do. Lawrence Brown was arguing with himself, and in so doing was revealing a good deal of himself. Everyone's always laughed at me. His voice shook. I seemed to have a knack of making myself ridiculous. It isn't that I really lack courage, but I always do the thing wrong. I went into a burning house to rescue a woman they said was trapped there, but I lost the way at once, and the smoke made me unconscious, and it gave a lot of trouble to the firemen finding me. I heard them say, "Why couldn't the silly chump leave it to us?" It's no good my trying. Everyone's against me. Whoever killed Mr. Leonidas arranged it so that I would be suspected. Someone killed him so as to ruin me. What about Mrs. Leonidas? I asked. He flushed. He became less of a mouse and more like a man. Mrs. Leonidas is an angel. He said, an angel. Her sweetness, her kindness to her elderly husband were wonderful. To think of her in connection with poison is laughable, and that thick-headed inspector can't see it. He's prejudiced, I said, by the number of cases on his files where elderly husbands have been poisoned by sweet young wives. The insufferable dolt, said Lawrence Brown angrily. He went over to a bookcase in the corner and began rummaging the books in it. I didn't think I should get anything more out of him. I went slowly out of the room. As I was going along the passage, a door on my left opened, and Josephine almost fell on top of me. Her appearance had the suddenness of a demon in an old-fashioned pantomime. Her face and hands were filthy, and a large cobweb floated from one ear. Where have you been? Josephine. I peered through the half-open door. A couple of steps led up into an attic-like rectangular space, in the gloom of which several large tanks could be seen. In the cistern room. Why? In the cistern room, Josephine replied in a brief, businesslike way. Detecting. What on earth is there to detect among the cisterns? To this, Josephine merely replied, I must wash. I should say most decidedly. Josephine disappeared through the nearest bathroom door. She looked back to say, I should say it's about time for the next murder, wouldn't you? What do you mean the next murder? Well, in books, there's always a second murder. About now. Someone who knows something is bumped off before they can tell what they know. You read too many detective stories. Josephine, real life isn't like that. And if anybody in this house knows something, the last thing they seem to want to do is to talk about it. Josephine's reply came to me rather obscurely by the gushing of water from a tap. Sometimes it's something that they don't know that they do know. I blinked as I tried to think this out. Then, leaving Josephine to her ablutions, I went down to the floor below. Just as I was going out through the front door to the staircase, Brenda came with a soft rush through the drawing room door. She came close to me and laid her hand on my arm, looking up in my face. Well, she asked. It was the same demand for information that Lawrence had made, only it was phrased differently. And her one word was far more effective. I shook my head. Nothing. I said. She gave a long sigh. I'm so frightened. She said, Charles, I'm so frightened. Her fear was very real. It communicated itself to me there in that narrow space. I wanted to reassure her, to help her. I had once more that poignant sense of her as terribly alone in hostile surroundings. She might well have cried out, Who is on my, Segis, Punchsin? And what would the answer have been? Lawrence Brown. And what, after all, was Lawrence Brown? No tower of strength in a time of trouble. One of the weaker vessels. I remembered the two of them drifting in from the garden the night before. I wanted to help her. I merely wanted to help her. But there was nothing much I could say or do. And I had at the bottom of my mind an embarrassed, guilty feeling, as though Sophia's scornful eyes were watching me. I remembered Sophia's voice saying, so she got you. And Sophia did not see, did not want to see, Brenda's side of it. Alone, suspected of murder, with no one to stand by her. The inquest is tomorrow, Brenda said. What will happen? There, I could reassure her. Nothing, I said. You needn't worry about that. It will be adjourned for the police to make inquiries. It will probably set the press loose. Though, so far, there's been no indication in the papers that it wasn't a natural death. The Leonides have got a good deal of influence, but with an adjourned inquest, well, the fun will start. What extraordinary things one said. The fun. Why must I choose that particular word? Will they be very dreadful? I shouldn't give any interviews if I were you. You know, Brenda, you ought to have a lawyer. She recoiled with a terrific gasp of dismay. No, not the way you mean. but someone to look after your interests and advise you as to procedure, and what to say and do, and what not to say and do. You see, I added, you're very much alone. Her hand pressed my arm more closely. Yes, she said, you do understand that. You've helped. Charles, you have helped. I went down the stairs with a feeling of warmth, of satisfaction. Then I saw Sophia standing by the front door. Her voice was cold and rather dry. What a long time you've been, she said. They rang up for you from London. Your father wants you. At the yard. Yes. I wonder what they want me for. They didn't say. Sophia shook her head. Her eyes were anxious. I drew her to me. Don't worry, darling, I said. I'll soon be back. Chapter 17. There was something strained in the atmosphere of my father's room. The old man sat behind his table. Chief Inspector Taverner leaned against the window frame. In the visitor's chair sat Mr. Gateskill, looking ruffled, extraordinary want of confidence. He was saying acidly, Of course, of course. My father spoke soothingly. Ah, hello. Charles, you've made good time. Rather a surprising development has occurred. Unprecedented. Mr. Gateskill said. Something had clearly ruffled the little lawyer to the core. Behind him, Chief Inspector Taverner grinned at me. If I may recapitulate, my father said, Mr. Gateskill received a somewhat surprising communication this morning. Charles, it was from a Mr. Agridopoulos, proprietor of the Delphos restaurant. He is a very old man, a Greek by birth, and when he was a young man, he was helped and befriended by Aristide Leonidas. He has always remained deeply grateful to his friend and benefactor. And it seems that Aristide Leonidas placed great reliance and trust in him. I would never have believed Leonidas was of such a suspicious and secretive nature, said Mr. Gateskill. Of course, he was of advanced years, practically in his dotage. One might say, nationality tells, said my father gently. You see, Gateskill, when you are very old, your mind dwells a good deal on the days of your youth and the friends of your youth. But Leonidas' affairs had been in my hands for well over 40 years, said Mr. Gateskill, 43 years and 6 months to be precise. Taverner grinned again. What happened? I asked. Mr. Gateskill opened his mouth, but my father forestalled him. Mr. Agridopoulos stated in his communication that he was obeying certain instructions given him by his friend Aristide Leonidas. Briefly, about a year ago, he had been entrusted by Mr. Leonidas with a sealed envelope which Mr. Agridopoulos was to forward to Mr. Gateskill immediately after Mr. Leonidas' death. In the event of Mr. Agridopoulos dying first, his son, a godson of Mr. Leonidas, was to carry out the same instructions. Mr. Agridopoulos apologizes for the delay, but explains that he has been ill with pneumonia and only learned of his old friend's death yesterday afternoon. The whole business is most unprofessional, said Mr. Gateskill. When Mr. Gateskill had opened the sealed envelope and made himself acquainted with its contents, he decided that it was his duty, under the circumstances, said Mr. Gateskill, to let us see the enclosures. They consist of a will, duly signed and attested, and a covering letter. So the will has turned up. Up at last, I said. Mr. Gateskill turned a bright purple. It is not the same will. He barked. This is not the document I drew up at Mr. Leonides' request. This has been written out in his own hand, a most dangerous thing for any layman to do. It seems to have been Mr. Leonides' intention to make me look a complete fool. Chief Inspector Taverner endeavored to inject a little balm into the prevailing bitterness. He was a very old gentleman, Mr. Gateskill. He said, "They're inclined to be cranky when they get old. You know, not barmy, of course, but just a little eccentric." Mr. Gateskill sniffed. Mr. Gateskill rang us up, my father said, and apprised us of the main contents of the will, and I asked him to come round and bring the 2 documents with him. I also rang you up. Charles, I did not quite see why I had been rung up. It seemed to me singularly unorthodox procedure on both my father's and Taverner's part. I should have learnt about the will in due course, and it was really not my business at all how old Leonides had left his money. Is it a different will, I asked? I mean, does it dispose of his estate in a different way? It does indeed, said Mr. Gateskill. My father was looking at me. Chief Inspector Taverner was very carefully not looking at me. In some way, I felt vaguely uneasy. Something was going on in both their minds, and it was a something to which I had no clue. I looked inquiringly at Gateskill. It's none of my business, I said. But he responded. Mr. Leonides' testamentary dispositions are not, of course, a secret, he said. I conceived it to be my duty to lay the facts before the police authorities first, and to be guided by them in my subsequent procedure. I understand. He paused. That there is an understanding. Shall we say between you and Miss Sophia Leonides I hope to marry her? I said, but she will not consent to an engagement at the present time. Very proper, said Mr. Gateskill. I disagreed with him, but this was no time for argument. By this will? Said Mr. Gateskill, dated November the 29th of last year. Mr. Leonides, after a bequest to his wife of £100,000, leaves his entire estate, real and personal, to his granddaughter, Sophia Catherine Leonides. Absolutely. I gasped. Whatever I had expected. It was not this. He left the whole caboodle to Sophia. I said, what an extraordinary thing. Any reason? He set out his reasons very clearly in the covering letter, said my father. He picked up a sheet of paper from the desk in front of him. You have no objection to Charles reading this. Mr. Gateskill. I am in your hands, said Mr. Gateskill coldly. The letter does at least offer an explanation, and possibly, though I am doubtful as to this, an excuse for Mr. Leonides' extraordinary conduct. The old man handed me the letter. It was written in a small, crabbed handwriting in very black ink. The handwriting showed character and individuality. It was not at all like the careful forming of the letters, more characteristic of a bygone period, when literacy was something painstakingly acquired and correspondingly valued. Dear Gateskill, it ran, "You will be astonished to get this, and probably offended. But I have my own reasons for behaving in what may seem to you an unnecessarily secretive manner. I have long been a believer in the individual. In a family this I have observed in my boyhood, and never forgotten there is always one strong character, and it usually falls to this one person to care for and bear the burden of the rest of the family. In my family, I was that person. I came to London, established myself there, supported my mother and my aged grandparents in Smyrna, extricated one of my brothers from the grip of the law, secured the freedom of my sister from an unhappy marriage, and so on. God has been pleased to grant me a long life, and I have been able to watch over and care for my own children and their children. Many have been taken from me by death. The rest, I am happy to say, are under my roof when I die. The burden I have carried must descend on someone else. I have debated whether to divide my fortune as equally as possible amongst my dear ones, but to do so would not eventually result in a proper equality. Men are not born equal. To offset the natural inequality of nature, one must redress the balance. In other words, someone must be my successor, must take upon him or herself the burden of responsibility for the rest of the family. After close observation, I do not consider either of my sons fit for this responsibility. My dearly loved son, Roger, has no business sense, and though of a lovable nature, is too impulsive to have good judgment. My son Philip is too unsure of himself to do anything but retreat from life. Eustace, my grandson, is very young, and I do not think he has the qualities of sense and judgment necessary. He is indolent and very easily influenced by the ideas of anyone whom he meets. Only my granddaughter, Sophia, seems to me to have the positive qualities required. She has brains, judgment, courage, a fair and unbiased mind, and, I think, generosity of spirit. To her, I commit the family welfare and the welfare of my kind sister-in-law, Edith de Haviland, for whose lifelong devotion to the family I am deeply grateful. This explains the enclosed document. What will be harder to explain, or rather to explain to you? My old friend is the deception that I have employed. I thought it wise not to raise speculation about the disposal of my money, and I have no intention of letting my family know that Sophia is to be my heir, since my two sons have already had considerable fortunes settled upon them. I do not feel that my testamentary dispositions will place them in a humiliating position to stifle curiosity and surmise. I asked you to draw me up a will. This will I read aloud to my assembled family. I laid it on my desk, placed a sheet of blotting paper over it, and asked for two servants to be summoned. When they came, I slid the blotting paper up a little, exposing the bottom of a document, signed my name, and caused them to sign theirs. I need hardly say that what I and they signed was the will which I now enclose, and not the one drafted by you, which I had read aloud. I cannot hope that you will understand what prompted me to execute this trick. I will merely ask you to forgive me for keeping you in the dark. A very old man likes to keep his little secrets. Thank you, my dear friend, for the assiduity with which you have always attended to my affairs. Give Sophia my dear love. Ask her to watch over the family well and shield them from harm. Yours very sincerely, Aristide Leonidas. I read this very remarkable document with intense interest. Extraordinary. I said, most extraordinary, said Mr. Gateskill, rising. I repeat, I think my old friend Mr. Leonidas might have trusted me. No. Gateskill, said my father. He was a natural twister. He liked, if I may put it so, doing things the crooked way. That's right, sir, said Chief Inspector Taverner. He was a twister. If there ever was one, he spoke with feeling. Gateskill stalked out unmollified. He had been wounded to the depths of his professional nature. It's hit him hard, said Taverner. Very respectable firm. Gateskill. Callum and Gateskill. No hanky-panky with them. When old Leonidas put through a doubtful deal, he never put it through with Gateskill. Callum and Gateskill. He had half a dozen different firms of solicitors who acted for him. Oh, he was a twister, and never more so than when making his will, said my father. We were fools, said Taverner. When you come to think of it, the only person who could have played tricks with that will was the old boy himself. It just never occurred to us that he could want to. I remembered Josephine's superior smile as she had said, "Aren't the police stupid?" But Josephine had not been present on the occasion of the will. And even if she had been listening outside the door, which I was fully prepared to believe, she could hardly have guessed what her grandfather was doing. Why, then, the superior air? What did she know that made her say the police were stupid? Or was it, again, just showing off? Struck by the silence in the room, I looked up sharply. Both my father and Taverner were watching me. I don't know what there was in their manner that compelled me to blurt out defiantly. Sophia knew nothing about this. Nothing at all. No, said my father. I didn't quite know whether it was an agreement or a question. She'll be absolutely astounded. Yes, astounded. There was a pause. Then, with what seemed sudden harshness, the telephone on my father's desk rang. Yes. He lifted the receiver, listened, and then said, "Put her through." He looked at me. "It's your young woman," he said. "She wants to speak to us. It's urgent." I took the receiver from him. "Sophia Charles, is that you?" "It's Josephine." Her voice broke slightly. "What about Josephine? She's been hit on the head. Concussion. She's pretty bad. They say she may not recover." I turned to the other two. "Josephine's been knocked out," I said. My father took the receiver from me. He said sharply, as he did so, "I told you to keep an eye on that child." Chapter 18. In next to no time, Taverner and I were racing in a fast police car in the direction of Swinley Dean. I remembered Josephine emerging from among the cisterns, and her airy remark that it was about time for the second murder. The poor child had had no idea that she herself was likely to be the victim of the second murder. I accepted fully the blame that my father had tacitly ascribed to me. Of course, I ought to have kept an eye on Josephine. Though neither Taverner nor I had any real clue to the poisoner of old Leonidas, it was highly possible that Josephine had. What I had taken for childish nonsense and showing off might very well have been something quite different. Josephine, in her favorite sports of snooping and prying, might have become aware of some piece of information that she herself could not assess at its proper value. I remembered the twig that had cracked in the garden. I had had an inkling then that danger was about. I had acted upon it at the moment, and afterwards it had seemed to me that my suspicions had been melodramatic and unreal. On the contrary, I should have realized that this was murder, that whoever had committed murder had endangered their neck, and that consequently that same person would not hesitate to repeat the crime if by that way safety could be assured. Perhaps Magda, by some obscure maternal instinct, had recognized that Josephine was in peril, and that may have been what occasioned her sudden feverish haste to get the child sent to Switzerland. Sophia came out to meet us as we arrived. Josephine, she said, had been taken by ambulance to Market Basing General Hospital. Dr. Gray would let them know as soon as possible the result of the X-ray. How did it happen? Asked Taverner. Sophia led the way round to the back of the house and through a door in a small, disused yard. In one corner, a door stood ajar. It's a kind of wash house, Sophia explained. There's a cat hole cut in the bottom of the door, and Josephine used to stand on it and swing to and fro. I remembered swinging on doors in my own youth. The wash house was small and rather dark. There were wooden boxes in it, some old hose pipe, a few derelict garden implements, and some broken furniture. Just inside the door was a marble lion doorstop. It's the doorstopper from the front door, Sophia explained. It must have been balanced on top of the door. Taverner reached up a hand to the top of the door. It was a low door, the top of it only about a foot above his head. A booby trap, he said. He swung the door experimentally to and fro. Then he stooped to the block of marble, but he did not touch it. Has anyone handled this? No, said Sophia. I wouldn't let anyone touch it. Quite right. Who found her? I did. She didn't come in for her dinner at 1 o'clock. Nanny was calling her. She'd passed through the kitchen and out into the stable yard about a quarter of an hour before. Nanny said, "She'll be bouncing her ball or swinging on that door again." I said I'd fetch her in. Sophia paused. She had a habit of playing in that way. You said who knew about that? Sophia shrugged her shoulders. Pretty well everybody in the house. I should think. Who else used the wash-house gardeners? Sophia shook her head. Hardly anyone ever goes into it. And this little yard isn't overlooked from the house. Taverner summed it up. Anyone could have slipped out from the house or round the front and fixed up that trap ready. But it would be chancy. He broke off, looking at the door, and swinging it gently to and fro. Nothing certain about it. Hit or miss. And likelier miss than hit. But she was unlucky. With her, it was hit. Sophia shivered. He peered at the floor. There were various dents on it. Looks as though someone experimented first to see just how it would fall. The sound wouldn't carry to the house. No, we didn't hear anything. We'd no idea anything was wrong until I came out and found her lying face down, all sprawled out. Sophia's voice broke a little. There was blood on her hair. That her scarf? Taverner pointed to a checked woolen muffler lying on the floor. Yes. Using the scarf, he picked up the block of marble carefully. There may be fingerprints, he said. but he spoke without much hope. But I rather think whoever did it was careful. He said to me, "What are you looking at?" I was looking at a broken-backed wooden kitchen chair, which was among the derelicts. On the seat of it were a few fragments of earth. "Curious," said Taverner. "Someone stood on that chair with muddy feet. Now why was that?" He shook his head. "What time was it when you found her?" "Miss Leonides." "It must have been 5 minutes past 1. And your nanny saw her going out about 20 minutes earlier. Who was the last person before that known to have been in the wash house?" "I've no idea." "Probably Josephine herself." "Josephine was swinging on the door this morning after breakfast." "I know." Taverner nodded. "So between then and 1:45, someone set the trap. You say that bit of marble is the doorstop you use for the front door. Any idea when that was missing?" Sophia shook her head. "The door hasn't been propped open all today. It's been too cold." "Any idea where everyone was?" "All the morning I went out for a walk. Eustace and Josephine did lessons until 12:30, with a break at 10:30. Father, I think, has been in the library all the morning. Your mother. She was just coming out of her bedroom when I came in from my walk. That was about 12:15. She doesn't get up very early." We re-entered the house. I followed Sophia to the library. Philip, looking white and haggard, sat in his usual chair. Magda crouched against his knees, crying quietly. Sophia asked, "Have they telephoned yet from the hospital?" Philip shook his head. Magda sobbed. "Why wouldn't they let me go with her? My baby. My funny, ugly baby. And I used to call her a changeling and make her so angry. How could I be so cruel? And now she'll die. I know she'll die." "Hush, my dear," said Philip. "Hush." I felt that I had no place in this family scene of anxiety and grief. I withdrew quietly and went to find Nanny. She was sitting in the kitchen, crying quietly. "It's a judgment on me, Mr. Charles, for the hard things I've been thinking. A judgment. That's what it is. I did not try and fathom her meaning. There's wickedness in this house. That's what there is. I didn't wish to see it or believe it. But seeing's believing. Somebody killed the master, and the same somebody must have tried to kill Josephine. Why should they try and kill Josephine?" Nanny removed a corner of her handkerchief from her eye and gave me a shrewd glance. "You know well enough what she was like, Mr. Charles. She liked to know things. She was always like that, even as a tiny thing. Used to hide under the dinner table and listen to the maids talking, and then she'd hold it over them. Made her feel important. You see, she was passed over, as it were, by the mistress. She wasn't a handsome child, like the other two. She was always a plain little thing, a changeling. The mistress used to call her. I blame the mistress for that, for it's my belief it turned the child sour. But in a funny sort of way, she got her own back by finding out things about people and letting them know she knew them. But it isn't safe to do that when there's a poisoner about no. It hadn't been safe. And that brought something else to my mind. I asked, Nanny, do you know where she kept a little black book? A notebook of some kind, where she used to write down things. I know what you mean. Mr. Charles, very sly about it. I've seen her, sucking her pencil and writing in the book and sucking her pencil again. And don't do that. I'd say, you'll get lead poisoning and, oh no, I shan't, she said, because it isn't really lead in a pencil. It's carbon. Though I don't see how that could be so, for if you call a thing a lead pencil, it stands to reason that that's because there's lead in it. You'd think so, I agreed. But as a matter of fact, she was right. Josephine was always right. What about this notebook? Do you know where she kept it? I've no idea at all. Sir, it was one of the things she was sly about. She hadn't got it with her when she was found. Oh no, Mr. Charles, there was no notebook. Had someone taken the notebook, or had she hidden it in her own room? The idea came to me to look and see. I was not sure which Josephine's room was, but as I stood, hesitating in the passage, Taverner's voice called me, "Come in here." He said, "I'm in the kids' room." Did you ever see such a sight? I stepped over the threshold and stopped dead. The small room looked as though it had been visited by a tornado. The drawers of the chest of drawers were pulled out and their contents scattered on the floor. The mattress and bedding had been pulled from the small bed. The rugs were tossed into heaps. The chairs had been turned upside down. The pictures taken down from the wall. The photographs wrenched out of their frames. Good Lord! I exclaimed. What was the big idea? What do you think? Someone was looking for something. Exactly. I looked around and whistled. But who on earth? Surely nobody could come in here and do all this and not be heard or seen. Why not, Mrs. Leonides spends the morning in her bedroom doing her nails and ringing up her friends on the telephone and playing with her clothes. Philip sits in the library, browsing over books. The nursewoman is in the kitchen, peeling potatoes and stringing beans. In a family that knows each other's habits, it would be easy enough. And I'll tell you this. Anyone in the house could have done our little job, could have set the trap for the child and wrecked her room. But it was someone in a hurry, someone who hadn't the time to search quietly. Anyone in the house. You say yes, I've checked up. Everyone has some time or other unaccounted for. Philip, Magda, the nurse, your girl. The same upstairs. Brenda spent most of the morning alone. Lawrence and Eustace had a half-hour break from 10:30 to 11. You were with them part of that time, but not all of it. Miss de Haviland was in the garden alone. Roger was in his study. Only Clemency was in London at her job. No, even she isn't out of it. She stayed at home today with a headache. She was alone in her room, having that headache. Any of them, any blinking one of them, and I don't know which. I have no idea. If I knew what they were looking for in here. His eyes went round the wrecked room, and if I knew whether they'd found it. Something stirred in my brain, a memory. Taverner clinched it by asking me, "What was the kid doing when you last saw her?" "Wait," I said. I dashed out of the room and up the stairs. I passed through the left-hand door and went up to the top floor. I pushed open the door of the cistern room, mounted the 2 steps, and bending my head, since the ceiling was low and sloping, I looked round me. Josephine had said, when I asked her what she was doing there, that she was detecting. I didn't see what there could be to detect in a cobwebby attic full of water tanks, but such an attic would make a good hiding place. I considered it probable that Josephine had been hiding something there, something that she knew quite well she had no business to have. If so, it oughtn't to take long to find it. It took me just 3 minutes, tucked away behind the largest tank, from the interior of which a sibilant hissing added an eerie note to the atmosphere. I found a packet of letters wrapped in a torn piece of brown paper. I read the first letter. "Oh, Lawrence, my darling, my own dear love. It was wonderful last night when you quoted that verse of poetry. I knew it was meant for me. Though you didn't look at me, Aristide said, you read verse well. He didn't guess what we were both feeling. My darling, I feel convinced that soon everything will come right. We shall be glad that he never knew, that he died happy. He's been good to me. I don't want him to suffer, but I don't really think that it can be any pleasure to live after you're 80. I shouldn't want to. Soon we shall be together for always. How wonderful it will be when I can say to you, my dear, dear husband, dearest, we were made for each other. I love you, love you, love you. I can see no end to our love." There was a good deal more, but I had no wish to go on. Grimly, I went downstairs and thrust my parcel into Taverner's hands. "It's possible," I said, "that that's what our unknown friend was looking for." Taverner read a few passages, whistled, and shuffled through the various letters. Then he looked at me with the expression of a cat who has been fed with the best cream. "Well," he said softly, "this pretty well cooks Mrs. Brenda Leonides' goose and Mr. Lawrence Brown's." So it was them. All the time. Chapter 19. It seems odd to me, looking back, how suddenly and completely my pity and sympathy for Brenda Leonides vanished with the discovery of her letters. The letters she had written to Lawrence Brown. Was my vanity unable to stand up to the revelation that she loved Lawrence Brown with a doting and sugary infatuation, and had deliberately lied to me? I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. I prefer to believe that it was a thought of the child Josephine, struck down in ruthless self-preservation, that dried up the springs of my sympathy. Brown fixed that booby trap, if you ask me, said Taverner, and it explains what puzzled me about it. What did puzzle you? Well, it was such a sappy thing to do. Look here, say the kids got hold of these letters that are absolutely damning. The first thing to do is to try and get them back. After all, if the kid talks about them, but has got nothing to show, it can be put down as mere romancing, but you can't get them back because you can't find them. Then the only thing to do is to put the kid out of action for good. You've done one murder, and you're not squeamish about doing another. You know she's fond of swinging on a door in a disused yard. The ideal thing to do is wait behind the door and lay her out as she comes through with a poker, or an iron bar, or a nice bit of hose pipe. They're all there ready to hand. Why fiddle about with a marble lion perched on top of a door, which is as likely as not to miss her altogether, and which, even if it does fall on her, may not do the job properly, which actually is how it turns out? I ask you why. Well, I said, what's the answer? The only idea I got to begin with was that it was intended to tie in with someone's alibi. Somebody would have a nice fat alibi for the time when Josephine was being slugged. But that doesn't wash because, to begin with, nobody seems to have any kind of alibi. And second, someone's bound to look for the child at lunchtime, and they'll find the booby trap and the marble block. The whole modus operandi will be quite plain to see. Of course, If the murderer had removed the block before the child was found, then we might have been puzzled. But as it is, the whole thing just doesn't make sense. He stretched out his hands. And what's your present explanation? The personal element, personal idiosyncrasy. Lawrence Brown's idiosyncrasy. He doesn't like violence. He can't force himself to do physical violence. He literally couldn't have stood behind the door and socked the kid on the head. He could rig up a booby trap and go away and not see it happen. Yes, I see, I said slowly. It's the Esserine in the insulin bottle all over again, exactly. Do you think he did that without Brenda's knowing? It would explain why she didn't throw away the insulin bottle. Of course, they may have fixed it up between them, or she may have thought up the poison trick, all by herself. A nice, easy death for her tired old husband, and all for the best in the best possible worlds. But I bet she didn't fix the booby trap. Women never have any faith in mechanical things working properly. And they are right. I think myself the Esserine was her idea, but that she made her besotted slave do the switch. She's the kind that usually manages to avoid doing anything equivocal themselves. Then they keep a nice, happy conscience. He paused, then went on. With these letters, I think the DPP will say, we have a case. They'll take a bit of explaining away. Then, if the kid gets through all right, everything in the garden will be lovely. He gave me a sideways glance. How does it feel to be engaged to about £1,000,000 sterling? I winced. In the excitement of the last few hours, I had forgotten the developments about the will. Sophia doesn't know yet, I said. Do you want me to tell her? I understand Gateskill is going to break the sad or glad news after the inquest tomorrow. Taverner paused and looked at me thoughtfully. I wonder, he said, what the reactions will be from the family. Chapter 20. The inquest went off, much as I had prophesied. It was adjourned at the request of the police. We were in good spirits, for news had come through the night before, from the hospital, that Josephine's injuries were much less serious than had been feared and that her recovery would be rapid, for the moment. Dr. Gray said she was to be allowed no visitors, not even her mother, particularly not her mother. Sophia murmured to me, I made that quite clear to Dr. Gray. Anyway, he knows, Mother. I must have looked rather doubtful, for Sophia said sharply, why the disapproving look? Well, surely a mother. I'm glad you've got a few nice old-fashioned ideas, Charles, but you don't quite know what my mother is capable of yet. The darling can't help it, but there would simply have to be a grand dramatic scene. And dramatic scenes aren't the best things for anyone recovering from head injuries. You do think of everything, don't you, my sweet? Well, somebody's got to do the thinking now that grandfather's gone. I looked at her speculatively. I saw that old Leonidas' acumen had not deserted him. The mantle of his responsibilities was already on Sophia's shoulders. After the inquest, Gateskill accompanied us back to Three Gables. He cleared his throat and said pontifically, there is an announcement it is my duty to make to you all. For this purpose, the family assembled in Magda's drawing room. I had on this occasion the rather pleasurable sensations of the man behind the scenes. I knew in advance what Gateskill had to say. I prepared myself to observe the reactions of everyone. Gateskill was brief and dry. Any signs of personal feeling and annoyance were well held in check. He read first Aristide Leonidas' letter, and then the will itself. It was very interesting to watch. I only wished my eyes could be everywhere at once. I did not pay much attention to Brenda and Lawrence. The provision for Brenda in this will was the same. I watched primarily Roger and Philip, and after them, Magda and Clemency. My first impression was that they all behaved very well. Philip's lips were pressed closely together. His handsome head was thrown back against the tall chair in which he was sitting. He did not speak. Magda, on the contrary, burst into speech as soon as Mr. Gateskill finished, her rich voice surging over his thin tones like an incoming tide drowning a rivulet. Darling Sophia, how extraordinary, how romantic. Fancy old sweetie pie being so cunning and deceitful just like a dear old baby. Didn't he trust us? Did he think we'd be cross? He never seemed to be fonder of Sophia than the rest of us. But really, it's most dramatic. Suddenly, Magda jumped lightly to her feet, danced over to Sophia, and swept her a very grand court curtsy. Madam Sophia, your penniless and broken-down old mother begs you for alms. Her voice took on a Cockney whine. Spare us a copper. Old dear, your ma wants to go to the pictures. Her hand, crooked into a claw, twitched urgently at Sophia. Philip, without moving, said through stiff lips, Please, Magda, there's no call for any unnecessary clowning. Oh, but Roger, cried Magda, suddenly turning to Roger. Poor darling Roger. Sweetie was going to come to the rescue and then, before he could do it, he died. And now Roger doesn't get anything. Sophia, she turned imperiously. You simply must do something about Roger. No, said Clemency. She had moved forward a step. Her face was defiant. Nothing. Nothing at all. Roger came shambling over to Sophia like a large, amiable bear. He took her hands affectionately. I don't want a penny. My dear girl, as soon as this business is cleared up, or has died down, which is more what it looks like then, Clemency and I are off to the West Indies and the simple life. If I'm ever in extremis, I'll apply to the head of the family. He grinned at her engagingly. But until then, I don't want a penny. I'm a very simple person, really. My dear, you ask Clemency if I'm not... An unexpected voice broke in. It was Edith de Haviland's. That's all very well, she said, but you've got to pay some attention to the look of the thing. If you go bankrupt, Roger, and then slink off to the ends of the earth without Sophia's holding out a helping hand, there will be a good deal of ill-natured talk that will not be pleasant for Sophia. What does public opinion matter? Asked Clemency scornfully. We know it doesn't to you. Clemency, said Edith de Havilland sharply. But Sophia lives in this world. She's a girl with good brains and a good heart. And I've no doubt that Aristide was quite right in his selection of her to hold the family fortunes, though to pass over your two sons in their lifetime seems odd to our English ideas. But I think it would be very unfortunate if it got about that she behaved greedily over this and had let Roger crash without trying to help him. Roger went over to his aunt. He put his arms round her and hugged her. Aunt Edith, he said, you are a darling and a stubborn fighter. But you don't begin to understand. Clemency and I know what we want. And what we don't want, Clemency. A sudden spot of color showing in each thin cheek stood defiantly facing them. None of you, she said, understand Roger. You never have. I don't suppose you ever will. Come on, Roger. They left the room as Mr. Gateskill began clearing his throat and arranging his papers. His countenance was one of deep disapprobation. He had disliked the foregoing scenes very much. That was clear. My eyes came at last to Sophia herself. She stood straight and handsome by the fireplace, her chin up, her eyes steady. She had just been left an immense fortune, but my principal thought was how alone she had suddenly become. Between her and her family, a barrier had been erected. Henceforth, she was divided from them. And I fancied that she already knew and faced that fact. Old Leonidas had laid a burden upon her shoulders. He had been aware of that, and she knew it herself. He had believed that her shoulders were strong enough to bear it. But just at this moment, I felt unutterably sorry for her. So far, she had not spoken. Indeed, she had been given no chance. But very soon now, speech would be forced from her. Already, beneath the affection of her family, I could sense latent hostility. Even in Magda's graceful play acting, there had been, I fancied, a subtle malice. And there were other darker undercurrents that had not yet come to the surface. Gateskill's throat clearings gave way to precise and measured speech. "Allow me to congratulate you, Sophia," he said. "You are a very wealthy woman. I should not advise any or precipitate action. I can advance you what ready money is needed for current expenses. If you wish to discuss future arrangements, I shall be happy to give you the best advice in my power. Make an appointment with me at Lincoln's Inn when you have had plenty of time to think things over." "Roger," began Edith de Havilland obstinately. Mr. Gateskill snapped in quickly. "Roger," he said, "must fend for himself. He's a grown man, 54, I believe. And Aristide Leonidas was quite right. You know, he isn't a businessman. Never will be." He looked at Sophia. "If you put Associated Catering on its legs again, don't be under any illusions that Roger can run it successfully." "I shouldn't dream of putting Associated Catering on its legs again," said Sophia. It was the first time she had spoken. Her voice was crisp and businesslike. "It would be an idiotic thing to do," she added. Gateskill shot a glance at her from under his brows and smiled to himself. Then he wished everyone goodbye and went out. There were a few moments of silence, a realization that the family circle was alone with itself. Then Philip got up stiffly. "I must get back to the library," he said. "I have lost a lot of time." Father Sophia spoke uncertainly, almost pleadingly. I felt her quiver and draw back as Philip turned cold, hostile eyes on her. "You must forgive me not congratulating you," he said. "But this has been rather a shock to me. I would not have believed that my father would have so humiliated me that he would have disregarded my lifetime's devotion. Yes, devotion. For the first time." The natural man broke through the crust of icy restraint. "My God," he cried. "How could he do this to me? He was always unfair to me, always." "Oh, no, Philip, no, you mustn't think that," cried Edith de Havilland. "Don't regard this as another slight. It isn't. When people get old, they turn naturally to a younger generation. I assure you it's only that. And besides, Aristide had a very keen business sense. I've often heard him say that 2 lots of death duties." "He never cared for me," said Philip. His voice was low and hoarse. It was always Roger, Roger. Well, at least an extraordinary expression of spite suddenly marred his handsome features. Father realized that Roger was a fool and a failure. He cut Roger out too. "What about me?" said Eustace. I had hardly noticed Eustace until now, but I perceived that he was trembling with some violent emotion. His face was crimson. There were, I thought, tears in his eyes. His voice shook as it rose hysterically. "It's a shame," said Eustace. "It's a damned shame. How dare grandfather do this to me? How dare he? I was his only grandson. How dare he pass me over for Sophia? It's not fair. I hate him. I hate him. I'll never forgive him as long as I live. Beastly, tyrannical old man. I wanted him to die. I wanted to get out of this house. I wanted to be my own master. And now I've got to be bullied and messed around by Sophia and be made to look a fool. I wish I was dead." His voice broke and he rushed out of the room. Edith de Havilland gave a sharp click of her tongue. No self-control. She murmured, "I know just how he feels," cried Magda. "I'm sure you do," said Edith, with acidity in her tone. "The poor sweet. I must go after him. Now." Magda. Edith hurried after her. Their voices died away. Sophia remained looking at Philip. There was, I think, a certain pleading in her glance. If so, it got no response. He looked at her coldly, quite in control of himself once more. "You played your cards very well, Sophia," he said, and went out of the room. That was a cruel thing to say. I cried, "Sophia." She stretched out her hands to me. I took her in my arms. "This is too much for you. My sweet." "I know just how they feel," said Sophia. "That old devil, your grandfather, shouldn't have let you in for this." She straightened her shoulders. "He believed I could take it. And so I can. I wish Eustace didn't mind so much. He'll get over it. Will he, I wonder? He's the kind that broods terribly, and I hate father being hurt. Your mother's all right. She minds a bit. It goes against the grain to have to come and ask your daughter for money to put on plays. She'll be after me to put on the Edith Thompson one before you can turn round. And what will you say if it keeps her happy?" Sophia pulled herself right out of my arms. Her head went back. "I shall say, no. It's a rotten play, and mother couldn't play the part. It would be throwing the money away." I laughed softly. I couldn't help it. "What is it?" Sophia demanded suspiciously. "I'm beginning to understand why your grandfather left you his money. You're a chip off the old block." Sophia. Chapter 21. My one feeling of regret at this time was that Josephine was out of it all. She would have enjoyed it all so much. Her recovery was rapid, and she was expected to be back any day now. But nevertheless, she missed another event of importance. I was in the rock garden one morning with Sophia and Brenda when a car drew up to the front door. Taverner and Sergeant Lamb got out of it. They went up the steps and into the house. Brenda stood still, staring at the car. "It's those men," she said. "They've come back, and I thought they'd given up. I thought it was all over." I saw her shiver. She had joined us about 10 minutes before, wrapped in her chinchilla coat. She had said, "If I don't get some air and exercise, I shall go mad." If I go outside the gate, there's always a reporter waiting to pounce on me. It's like being besieged. Will it go on forever? Sophia said that she supposed the reporters would soon get tired of it. You can go out in the car, she added. I tell you, I want to get some exercise. Then she said abruptly, You're giving Lawrence the sack. Sophia, why? Sophia answered quietly, We're making other arrangements for Eustace, and Josephine is going to Switzerland. Well, you've upset Lawrence very much. He feels you don't trust him. Sophia did not reply, and it was at that moment that Taverner's car had arrived, standing there, shivering in the moist autumn air. Brenda muttered, What do they want? Why have they come? I thought I knew why they had come. I said nothing to Sophia of the letters I had found by the cistern, but I knew that they had gone to the director of public prosecutions. Taverner came out of the house again. He walked across the drive and the lawn towards us. Brenda shivered more violently. What does he want? She repeated nervously. What does he want? Then Taverner was with us. He spoke curtly in his official voice, using the official phrases. I have a warrant here for your arrest. You are charged with administering esrine to Aristide Leonidas on September 19th last. I must warn you that anything you say may be used in evidence at your trial. And then Brenda went to pieces. She screamed. She clung to me. She cried out, No, no, no. It isn't true, Charles. Tell them it isn't true. I didn't do it. I didn't know anything about it. It's all a plot. Don't let them take me away. It isn't true. I tell you, it isn't true. I haven't done anything. It was horrible, unbelievably horrible. I tried to soothe her. I unfastened her fingers from my arm. I told her that I would arrange for a lawyer for her, that she was to keep calm, that a lawyer would arrange everything. Taverner took her gently under the elbow. Come along, Mrs. Leonidas, he said. You don't want a hat, do you know? Then we'll go off right away. She pulled back, staring at him with enormous cat's eyes. Lawrence, she said, what have you done to Lawrence, Mr. Lawrence Brown is also under arrest, said Taverner. She wilted then. Her body seemed to collapse and shrink. The tears poured down her face. She went away quietly, with Taverner across the lawn to the car. I saw Lawrence Brown and Sergeant Lamb come out of the house. They all got into the car. The car drove away. I drew a deep breath and turned to Sophia. She was very pale, and there was a look of distress on her face. It's horrible. Charles, she said, it's quite horrible. I know. You must get her a really first-class solicitor, the best there is. She must have all the help possible. One doesn't realize, I said, what these things are like. I've never seen anyone arrested before. I know. One has no idea. We were both silent. I was thinking of the desperate terror on Brenda's face. It had seemed familiar to me, and suddenly I realized why. It was the same expression that I had seen on Magda Leonides' niece's face the first day I had come to the Crooked House when she had been talking about the Edith Thompson play. And then she had said, sheer terror. Don't you think so? Sheer terror, that was what had been on Brenda's face. Brenda was not a fighter. I wondered that she had ever had the nerve to do murder. But possibly she had not. Possibly it had been Lawrence Brown, with his persecution mania, his unstable personality, who had put the contents of one little bottle into another little bottle, a simple, easy act to free the woman he loved. "So it's over," said Sophia. She sighed deeply, then asked, "But why arrest them now? I thought there wasn't enough evidence." "A certain amount of evidence has come to light. Letters. You mean love letters between them?" "Yet. What fools people are to keep these things, yes, indeed. Fools. The kind of folly which never seemed to profit by the experience of others. You couldn't open a daily newspaper without coming across some instance of that folly, the passion to keep the written word, the written assurance of love. It's quite beastly." "Sophia," I said, "but it's no good minding about it. After all, it's what we've been hoping all along, isn't it? It's what you said that first night at Mario's. You said it would be all right if the right person had killed your grandfather. Brenda was the right person. Wasn't she, Brenda? Or Lawrence don't? Charles, you make me feel awful. But we must be sensible. We can marry now. Sophia, you can't hold me off any longer. The Leonidas family are out of it." She stared at me. I had never realized before the vivid blue of her eyes. "Yes," she said, "I suppose we're out of it now." "We are out of it, aren't we? You're sure, my dear girl. None of you ever really had a shadow of motive." Her face went suddenly white. "Except me, Charles. I had a motive." Yes, of course I was taken aback, but not really. "You didn't know. You see, about the will." "But I did, Charles," she whispered. What? I stared at her. I felt suddenly cold. I knew all the time that grandfather had left his money to me. But how? He told me, about a fortnight before he was killed. He said to me quite suddenly, "I've left all my money to you. Sophia, you must look after the family when I've gone." I stared. "You never told me." "No. You see, when they all explained about the will and his signing it, I thought perhaps he had made a mistake, that he was just imagining that he had left it to me. Or that if he had made a will leaving it to me, then it had got lost and would never turn up. I didn't want it to turn up. I was afraid. Why? I suppose because of murder. I remembered the look of terror on Brenda's face, the wild, unreasoning panic. I remembered the sheer panic that Magda had conjured up at will when she considered playing the part of a murderess. There would be no panic in Sophia's mind, but she was a realist, and she could see clearly enough that Leonidas' will made her a suspect. I understood better now, or thought I did, her refusal to become engaged to me and her insistence that I should find out the truth. Nothing but the truth, she had said, was any good to her. I remembered the passion, the earnestness with which she had said it. We had turned to walk towards the house, and suddenly, at a certain spot, I remembered something else she had said. She had said that she supposed she could murder someone, but if so, she had added, it must be for something really worthwhile. Chapter 22. Round. A turn of the rock garden. Roger and Clemency came walking briskly towards us. Roger's flapping tweed suited him better than his city clothes. He looked eager and excited. Clemency was frowning. "Hello, you two," said Roger. At last, I thought they were never going to arrest that foul woman. What they've been waiting for? I don't know. Well, they've pinched her now, and her miserable boyfriend and I hope they hang them both. Clemency's frown increased. She said, "Don't be so uncivilized." Roger, uncivilized bosh. Deliberate, cold-blooded poisoning of a helpless, trusting old man. And when I'm glad the murderers are caught and will pay the penalty, you say I'm uncivilized. I tell you I'd willingly strangle that woman myself. He added, "She was with you, wasn't she? When the police came for her, how did she take it?" "It was horrible," said Sophia in a low voice. She was scared out of her wits. "Serve her right." "Don't be vindictive," said Clemency. "Oh, I know, dearest, but you can't understand. It wasn't your father. I loved my father. Don't you understand? I loved him. I should understand by now," said Clemency. Roger said to her, half jokingly, "You've no imagination." Clemency, suppose it had been I who had been poisoned. I saw the quick droop of her lids, her half-clenched hands. She said sharply, "Don't say things like that even in fun." "Never mind, darling. We'll soon be away from all this." We moved towards the house. Roger and Sophia walked ahead, and Clemency and I brought up the rear. She said, "I suppose now they'll let us go." "Are you so anxious to get off?" I asked. "It's wearing me out." I looked at her in surprise. She met my glance with a faint, desperate smile and a nod of the head. "Haven't you seen, Charles, that I'm fighting all the time, fighting for my happiness, for Roger's? I've been so afraid the family would persuade him to stop in England, that we'd go on tangled up in the midst of them, stifled with family ties. I was afraid Sophia would offer him an income and that he'd stay in England because it would mean greater comfort and amenities for me. The trouble with Roger is that he will not listen. He gets ideas in his head, and they're never the right ideas. He doesn't know anything. And he's enough of a Leonidas to think that happiness for a woman is bound up with comfort and money. But I will fight for my happiness. I will. I will get Roger away and give him the life that suits him where he won't feel a failure. I want him to myself away from them all right away." She had spoken in a low, hurried voice, with a kind of desperation that startled me. I had not realized how much on edge she was. I had not realized, either, quite how desperate and possessive was her feeling for Roger. It brought back to my mind that odd quotation of Edith de Havilland's. She had quoted the line "this side idolatry" with a peculiar intonation. I wondered if she had been thinking of Clemency. Roger, I thought, had loved his father better than he would ever love anyone else. Better even than his wife. Devoted though he was to her. I realized for the first time how urgent was Clemency's desire to get her husband to herself. Love for Roger, I saw, made up her entire existence. He was her child, as well as her husband and her lover. The car drove up to the front door. "Hello," I said. "Here's Josephine back." Josephine and Magda got out of the car. Josephine had a bandage round her head, but otherwise looked remarkably well. She said at once, "I want to see my goldfish," and started towards us in the pond. "Darling," cried Magda. "You'd better come in first and lie down a little, and perhaps have a little nourishing soup. Don't fuss." "Mother," said Josephine, "I'm quite all right, and I hate nourishing soup." Magda looked irresolute. I knew that Josephine had really been fit to depart from the hospital for some days, and that it was only a hint from Taverner that had kept her there. He was taking no chances on Josephine's safety until his suspects were safe under lock and key. I said to Magda, "I dare say fresh air will do her good. I'll go and keep an eye on her." I caught Josephine up before she got to the pond. "All sorts of things have been happening while you've been away," I said. Josephine did not reply. She peered with her short-sighted eyes into the pond. "I don't see Ferdinand," she said. "Which is Ferdinand?" "The one with 4 tails." "That kind is rather amusing. I like that bright gold one. It's quite a common one." "I don't much care for that moth-eaten white one." Josephine cast me a scornful glance. "That's a shibunkin. They cost a lot far more than goldfish. Don't you want to hear what's been happening?" "Josephine, I expect I know about it. Did you know that another will has been found, and that your grandfather left all his money to Sophia?" Josephine nodded in a bored kind of way. "Mother told me." "Anyway, I knew it already." "Do you mean you heard it in hospital?" "No. I mean I knew that grandfather had left his money to Sophia. I heard him tell her so. Were you listening again?" "Yes, I like listening. It's a disgraceful thing to do. And remember this, listeners hear no good of themselves." Josephine gave me a peculiar glance. "I heard what he said about me to her, if that's what you mean." She added, "Nanny gets wild if she catches me listening at doors. She says it's not the sort of thing a little lady does." She's quite right. "Pooh," said Josephine. "Nobody's a lady nowadays. They said so on the Brains Trust. They said it was obsolete." She pronounced the word carefully. I changed the subject. "You've got home a bit late for the big event," I said. "Chief Inspector Taverner has arrested Brenda and Lawrence." I expected that Josephine, in her character of young detective, would be thrilled by this information. But she merely repeated in her maddening, bored fashion, "Yes, I know. You can't know. It's only just happened." The car passed us on the road. Inspector Taverner and the detective with the suede shoes were inside with Brenda and Lawrence. So, of course, I knew they must have been arrested. I hope he gave them the proper caution. "You have to. You know." I assured her that Taverner had acted strictly according to etiquette. I had to tell him about the letters. I said apologetically, "I found them behind the cistern." "I'd have let you tell him only you were knocked out." Josephine's hand went gingerly to her head. "I ought to have been killed," she said with complacency. "I told you it was about time for the second murder. The cistern was a rotten place to hide those letters. I guessed at once when I saw Lawrence coming out of there one day. I mean, he's not a useful kind of man who does things with ball taps, or pipes, or fuses. So I knew he must have been hiding something. But I thought I broke off, as Edith de Havilland's voice called authoritatively, 'Josephine. Josephine, come here at once.' Josephine sighed. 'More fuss,' she said, 'but I'd better go. You have to, if it's Aunt Edith.' She ran across the lawn. I followed more slowly. After a brief interchange of words, Josephine went into the house. I joined Edith de Havilland on the terrace. This morning, she looked fully her age. I was startled by the lines of weariness and suffering on her face. She looked exhausted and defeated. She saw the concern in my face and tried to smile. That child seems none the worse for her adventure. She said, we must look after her better in future. Still, I suppose, now it won't be necessary. She sighed and said, I'm glad it's over. But what an exhibition. If you are arrested for murder, you might at least have some dignity. I've no patience with people like Brenda, who go to pieces and squeal. No guts. These people. Lawrence Brown looked like a cornered rabbit. An obscure instinct of pity rose in me. Poor devils. I said, yes, poor devils. She'll have the sense to look after herself. I mean the right lawyers, all that sort of thing. It was queer. I thought, the dislike they all had for Brenda, and their scrupulous care for her to have all the advantages for defense. Edith de Havilland went on. How long will it be? How long will the whole thing take? I said. I didn't know exactly. They would be charged at the police court and presumably sent for trial. 3 or 4 months, I estimated, and if convicted, there would be the appeal. Do you think they will be convicted? She asked. I don't know. I don't know exactly how much evidence the police have. There are letters, love letters. They were lovers then. They were in love with each other. Her face grew grimmer. I'm not happy about this. Charles, I don't like Brenda. In the past, I've disliked her very much. I've said sharp things about her. But now, I do feel that I want her to have every chance, every possible chance. Aristide would have wished that. I feel it's up to me to see that Brenda gets a square deal. And Lawrence. Oh, Lawrence. She shrugged her shoulders impatiently. Men must look after themselves. But Aristide would never forgive us if she left the sentence unfinished. Then she said, it must be almost lunchtime. We'd better go in. I explained that I was going up to London. In your car? Yes. I wonder if you'd take me with you. I gather we're allowed off the lead now. Of course I will. But I believe Magda and Sophia are going up after lunch. You'll be more comfortable with them than in my two-seater. I don't want to go with them. Take me with you, and don't say much about it. I was surprised, but I did as she asked. We did not speak much on the way to town. I asked her where I should put her down. Harley Street. I felt some faint apprehension, but I didn't like to say anything. She continued, no, it's too early. Drop me at Debenhams. I can have some lunch there and go to Harley Street afterward. I hope I began and stopped. That's why I didn't want to go up with Magda. She dramatizes things. Lots of fuss. I'm very sorry. I said, you needn't be. I've had a good life. A very good life. She gave a sudden grin. And it's not over yet. Chapter 23. I had not seen my father for some days. I found him busy with things other than the Leonidas case. And I went in search of Taverner. Taverner was enjoying a short spell of leisure and was willing to come out and have a drink with me. I congratulated him on having cleared up the case, and he accepted my congratulation. But his manner remained far from jubilant. Well, that's over, he said. We've got a case. Nobody can deny we've got a case. Do you think you'll get a conviction? Impossible to say. The evidence is circumstantial. It nearly always is in a murder case bound to be. A lot depends on the impression they make on the jury. How far do the letters go? At first sight, Charles, they're pretty damning. There are references to their life together when her husband's dead. Phrases like, "It won't be long now." Mind you, defense counsel will try and twist it the other way. The husband was so old that of course they could reasonably expect him to die. There's no actual mention of poisoning, not down in black and white, but there are some passages that could mean that. It depends what judge we get. If it's old Carberry, he'll be down on them all through. He's always very righteous about illicit love. I suppose they'll have Eagles or Humphrey Kerr for the defense. Humphrey is magnificent in these cases, but he likes a gallant war record or something of that kind to help him do his stuff. A conscientious objector is going to cramp his style. The question is going to be, will the jury like them? You can never tell with juries. You know. Charles, those two are not really sympathetic characters. She's a good-looking woman who married a very old man for his money, and Brown is a neurotic, conscientious objector. The crime is so familiar, so according to pattern, that you really believe they didn't do it. Of course, they may decide that he did it, and she knew nothing about it, or alternately that she did it, and he didn't know about it, or they may decide that they were both in it together. And what do you yourself think? I asked. He looked at me with a wooden, expressionless face. I don't think anything. I've turned in the facts, and they went to the DPP, and it was decided that there was a case. That's all. I've done my duty, and I'm out of it. So now you know, Charles. But I didn't know. I saw that for some reason Taverner was unhappy. It was not until 3 days later that I unburdened myself to my father. He himself had never mentioned the case to me. There had been a kind of restraint between us, and I thought I knew the reason for it. But I had to break down that barrier. We've got to have this out. I said, Taverner's not satisfied that those two did it, and you're not satisfied either. My father shook his head. He said what Taverner had said, it's out of our hands. There is a case to answer, no question about that. But you don't, Taverner doesn't think that they're guilty. That's for a jury to decide. For God's sake, I said, don't put me off with technical terms. What do you think, both of you, personally? My personal opinion is no better than yours, Charles. Yes, it is. You've more experience. Then I'll be honest with you. I just don't know. They could be guilty. Oh, yes. But you don't feel sure that they are. My father shrugged his shoulders. How can one be sure? Don't fence with me. Dad, you've been sure other times, haven't you? Dead sure. No doubt in your mind at all. Sometimes. Yes. Not always. I wish to God you were sure this time. So do I. We were silent. I was thinking of those two figures drifting in from the garden in the dusk, lonely and haunted and afraid. They had been afraid from the start. Didn't that show a guilty conscience? But I answered myself, not necessarily. Both Brenda and Lawrence were afraid of life. They had no confidence in themselves, in their ability to avoid danger and defeat. And they could see, only too clearly, the pattern of illicit love leading to murder, which might involve them at any moment. My father spoke, and his voice was grave and kind. Come, Charles, he said, let's face it. You've still got it in your mind. Haven't you? That one of the Leonides family is the real culprit? Not really. I only wonder. You do think so. You may be wrong, but you do think so. Yes, I said. Why? Because I thought about it, trying to see clearly to bring my wits to bear. Because yes, that was it. Because they think so themselves. They think so themselves. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Do you mean that they all suspect each other? Or that they know? Actually, who did do it? I'm not sure. I said, it's all very nebulous and confused. I think on the whole that they try to cover up the knowledge from themselves. My father nodded. Not Roger, I said. Roger wholeheartedly believes it was Brenda, and he wholeheartedly wants her hanged. It's a relief to be with Roger, because he's simple and positive, and hasn't any reservations in the back of his mind. But the others are apologetic. They're uneasy. They urge me to be sure that Brenda has the best defense, that every possible advantage is given her. Why? My father answered, because they don't really, in their hearts, believe she is guilty. Yes, that's sound. Then he asked quietly, who could have done it? You've talked to them all. Who's the best bet? I don't know, I said, and it's driving me frantic. None of them fits your sketch of a murderer, and yet I do feel, that one of them is a murderer. Sophia. No. Good God, no. The possibilities in your mind. Charles, yes, it is. Don't deny it. All the more potently because you won't acknowledge it. What about the others? Philip. Only for the most fantastic motive. Motives can be fantastic, or they can be absurdly slight. What's his motive? He is bitterly jealous of Roger, always has been all his life. His father's preference for Roger drove Philip in upon himself. Roger was about to crash. Then the old man heard of it. He promised to put Roger on his feet again. Supposing Philip learnt that, if the old man died that night, there would be no assistance for Roger. Roger would be down and out. Oh, I know it's absurd. Oh, no, it isn't. It's abnormal. But it happens. It's human. What about Magda? She's rather childish. She gets things out of proportion. But I would never have thought twice about her being involved if it hadn't been for the sudden way she wanted to pack Josephine off to Switzerland. I couldn't help feeling she was afraid of something that Josephine knew, or might say. And then Josephine was conked on the head. Well, that couldn't be her mother. Why not? But Dad, a mother wouldn't, Charles. Charles, don't you ever read the police news again and again? A mother takes a dislike to one of her children. Only one she may be devoted to the others. There's some association, some reason, but it's often hard to get at. But when it exists, it's an unreasoning aversion, and it's very strong. She called Josephine a changeling. I admitted unwillingly. Did the child mind? I don't think so. Who else is there, Roger? Roger didn't kill his father. I'm quite sure of that. Wash out Roger, then. His wife, what's her name, Clemency? Yes, I said. If she killed old Leonides, it was for a very odd reason. I told him of my conversation with Clemency. I said I thought it possible that in her passion to get Roger away from England, she might have deliberately poisoned the old man. She persuaded Roger to go without telling his father. Then the old man found out. He was going to back up Associated Catering. All Clemency's hopes and plans were frustrated. And she really does care desperately for Roger beyond idolatry. You're repeating what Edith de Havilland said, yes. And Edith's another whom I think might have done it, but I don't know why. I can only believe that for what she considered a good and sufficient reason, she might take the law into her own hands. She's that kind of person. And she also was very anxious that Brenda should be adequately defended. That, I suppose, might be conscience. I don't think for a moment that if she did do it, she intended them to be accused of the crime. Probably not. But would she knock out the child? Josephine, no. I said slowly, I can't believe that. Which reminds me that there's something that Josephine said to me that keeps nagging at my mind, and I can't remember what it is. It slipped my memory, but it's something that doesn't fit in where it should. If only I could remember. Never mind. It will come back. Anything or anyone else on your mind? Yes, I said, very much so. How much do you know about infantile paralysis? Its after effects on character. I mean, Eustace. Yes, the more I think about it, the more it seems to me that Eustace might fit the bill. His dislike and resentment against his grandfather. His queerness and moodiness. He's not normal. He's the only one of the family who I can see knocking out Josephine, quite callously, if she knew something about him, and she's quite likely to know. That child knows everything. She writes it down in a little book. I stopped. Good Lord. I said, what a fool I am. What's the matter? I know now what was wrong. We assumed, Taverner and I, that the wrecking of Josephine's room, the frantic search, was for those letters. I thought that she'd got hold of them and that she'd hidden them up in the cistern room. But when she was talking to me the other day, she made it quite clear that it was Lawrence who had hidden them there. She saw him coming out of the cistern room and went snooping around and found the letters. Then, of course, she read them. She would, but she left them where they were. Well, don't you see? It couldn't have been the letters someone was looking for in Josephine's room. It must have been something else. And that something was the little black book she writes down her detection in. That's what someone was looking for, I think, too. That whoever it was didn't find it. I think Josephine still has it. But if so, I half rose. If so, said my father, she still isn't safe. Is that what you were going to say? Yes. She won't be out of danger until she's actually started for Switzerland. They're planning to send her there. You know, does she want to go? I considered. I don't think she does. Then, she probably hasn't gone, said my father, dryly. But I think you're right about the danger. You'd better go down there. Eustace, I cried desperately. Clemency, my father said gently. To my mind, the facts point clearly in one direction. I wonder you don't see it yourself. Glover opened the door. Beg pardon, Mr. Charles. The telephone. Miss Leonides speaking from Swinley Dean. It's urgent. It seemed like a horrible repetition. Had Josephine again fallen a victim? And had the murderer this time made no mistake? I hurried to the telephone. Sophia. It's Charles here. Sophia's voice came with a kind of hard desperation in it. Charles, it isn't all over. The murderer is still here. What on earth do you mean? What is wrong? Is it Josephine? It's not Josephine. It's Nanny. Nanny, yes. There was some cocoa, Josephine's cocoa. She didn't drink it. She left it on the table. Nanny thought it was a pity to waste it, so she drank it. Poor Nanny. Is she very bad? Sophia's voice broke. Oh, Charles, she's dead. Chapter 24. We were back again in the nightmare. That is what I thought, as Taverner and I drove out of London. It was a repetition of our former journey. At intervals, Taverner swore. As for me, I repeated from time to time, stupidly, unprofitably. So it wasn't Brenda and Lawrence. It wasn't Brenda and Lawrence. Had I really thought it was, I had been so glad to think it. So glad to escape from other, more sinister possibilities. They had fallen in love with each other. They had written silly, sentimental, romantic letters to each other. They had indulged in hopes that Brenda's old husband might soon die peacefully and happily. But I wondered really if they had even acutely desired his death. I had a feeling that the despairs and longings of an unhappy love affair suited them as well, or better, than commonplace married life together. I didn't think Brenda was really passionate. She was too anemic, too apathetic. It was romance she craved for, and I thought Lawrence, too, was the type to enjoy frustration and vague future dreams of bliss rather than the concrete satisfaction of the flesh. They had been caught in a trap and terrified. They had not had the wit to find their way out. Lawrence, with incredible stupidity, had not even destroyed Brenda's letters. Presumably Brenda had destroyed his, since they had not been found. And it was not Lawrence who had balanced the marble doorstop on the washhouse door. It was someone else whose face was still hidden behind a mask. We drove up to the door. Taverner got out, and I followed him. There was a plain-clothes man in the hall whom I didn't know. He saluted Taverner, and Taverner drew him aside. My attention was taken by a pile of luggage in the hall. It was labeled and ready for departure. As I looked at it, Clemency came down the stairs and through the open door at the bottom. She was dressed in her same red dress with a tweed coat over it and a red felt hat. "You're in time to say goodbye." "Charles," she said, "you're leaving. We go to London tonight. Our plane goes early tomorrow morning." She was quiet and smiling, but I thought her eyes were watchful. "But surely you can't go now." "Why not?" Her voice was hard. "With this death, Nanny's death, has nothing to do with us." "Perhaps not." "But all the same, why do you say perhaps not? It has nothing to do with us. Roger and I have been upstairs, finishing packing up. We did not come down at all during the time that the cocoa was left on the hall table. Can you prove that I can answer for Roger? And Roger can answer for me. No more than that. You're man and wife. Remember," her anger flamed out. "You're impossible. Charles, Roger, and I are going away to lead our own life. Why on earth should we want to poison a nice, stupid old woman who had never done us any harm? It mightn't have been her you meant to poison. Still less are we likely to poison a child." "It depends rather on the child." "Doesn't?" "What do you mean? Josephine isn't quite the ordinary child. She knows a good deal about people. I broke off. Josephine had emerged from the door leading to the drawing room. She was eating the inevitable apple, and over its round rosiness, her eyes sparkled with a kind of ghoulish enjoyment. "Nanny's been poisoned," she said. Just like grandfather. It's awfully exciting, isn't it? Aren't you at all upset about it? I demanded severely. You were fond of her, weren't you? Not particularly. She was always scolding me about something or other. She fussed. Are you fond of anybody? Josephine asked Clemency. Josephine turned her ghoulish eyes towards Clemency. I love Aunt Edith, she said. I love Aunt Edith very much, and I could love Eustace. Only he's always such a beast to me, and won't be interested in finding out who did all this. You'd better stop finding things out. Josephine, I said, it isn't very safe. I don't need to find out any more. Said Josephine. I know. There was a moment's silence. Josephine's eyes, solemn and unwinking, were fixed on Clemency. A sound like a long sigh reached my ears. I swung sharply round. Edith de Haviland stood halfway down the staircase, but I did not think it was she who had sighed. The sound had come from behind the door through which Josephine had just come. I stepped sharply across to it and yanked it open. There was no one to be seen. Nevertheless, I was seriously disturbed. Someone had stood just within that door and had heard those words of Josephine's. I went back and took Josephine by the arm. She was eating her apple and staring stolidly at Clemency. Behind the solemnity there was, I thought, a certain malignant satisfaction. Come on, Josephine, I said. We're going to have a little talk. I think Josephine might have protested, but I was not standing any nonsense. I ran her along forcibly into her own part of the house. There was a small, unused morning room where we could be reasonably sure of being undisturbed. I took her in there, closed the door firmly, and made her sit on a chair. I took another chair and drew it forward so that I faced her. Now, Josephine, I said, we're going to have a showdown. What exactly do you know? Lots of things that I have no doubt about. That noddle of yours is probably crammed to overflowing with relevant and irrelevant information. But you know perfectly what I mean, don't you? Of course I do. I'm not stupid. I didn't know whether the disparagement was for me or the police, but I paid no attention to it and went on. You know who put something in your cocoa. Josephine nodded. You know who poisoned your grandfather. Josephine nodded again. And who knocked you on the head again. Josephine nodded. Then you're going to come across with what you know. You're going to tell me all about it now. Shan't. You've got to. Every bit of information you've got or ferret out has got to be given to the police. I won't tell the police anything. They're stupid. They thought Brenda had done it or Lawrence. I wasn't stupid like that. I knew jolly well they hadn't done it. I've had an idea who it was all along. And then I made a kind of test, and now I know I'm right. She finished on a triumphant note. I prayed to heaven for patience and started again. Listen, Josephine, I dare say you're extremely clever. Josephine looked gratified. But it won't be much good to you to be clever if you're not alive to enjoy the fact. Don't you see, you little fool, that as long as you keep your secrets in this silly way, you're in imminent danger? Josephine nodded approvingly. Of course I am. Already you've had 2 very narrow escapes. One attempt nearly did for you. The other has cost somebody else their life. Don't you see, if you go on strutting about the house and proclaiming at the top of your voice that you know who the killer is, there will be more attempts made, and that either you'll die or somebody else will. In some books, person after person is killed. Josephine informed me with gusto. You end by spotting the murderer because he or she is practically the only person left. This isn't a detective story. This is Three Gables, Swinley Dean, and you're a silly little girl who's read more than is good for her. I'll make you tell me what you know if I have to shake you till your teeth rattle. I could always tell you something that wasn't true. You could, but you won't. What are you waiting for? Anyway, you don't understand, said Josephine. Perhaps I may never tell. You see, I might be fond of the person. She paused as though to let this sink in. And if I do tell, she went on, I shall do it properly. I shall have everybody sitting round, and then I'll go over it all with the clues. And then I shall say, quite suddenly, and it was you. She thrust out a dramatic forefinger just as Edith de Havilland entered the room. Put that core in the wastepaper basket. Josephine, said Edith, have you got a handkerchief? Your fingers are sticky. I'm taking you out in the car. Her eyes met mine with significance as she said, you'll be safer out here for the next hour or so. As Josephine looked mutinous, Edith added, we'll go into Longbridge and have an ice cream soda. Josephine's eyes brightened, and she said, 2. Perhaps, said Edith. Now go and get your hat and coat on, and your dark blue scarf. It's cold out today. Charles, you had better go with her while she gets them. Don't leave her. I have just a couple of notes to write. She sat down at the desk, and I escorted Josephine out of the room. Even without Edith's warning, I would have stuck to Josephine like a leech. I was convinced that there was danger to the child, very near at hand. As I finished superintending Josephine's toilet, Sophia came into the room. She seemed rather astonished to see me. Why, Charles, have you turned nursemaid? I didn't know you were here. I'm going into Longbridge with Aunt Edith, said Josephine importantly. We're going to have ice creams. Brr. On a day like this, ice cream sodas are always lovely, said Josephine. When you're cold inside, it makes you feel hotter outside. Sophia frowned. She looked worried, and I was shocked by her pallor and the circles under her eyes. We went back to the morning room. Edith was just blotting a couple of envelopes. She got up briskly. We'll start now, she said. I told Evans to bring round the Ford. She swept out to the hall. We followed her. My eye was again caught by the suitcases and their blue labels. For some reason, they aroused in me a vague disquietude. It's quite a nice day, said Edith de Havilland, pulling on her gloves and glancing up at the sky. The Ford 10 was waiting in front of the house, cold but bracing. A real English autumn day. How beautiful trees look with their bare branches against the sky, and just a golden leaf or two still hanging. She was silent a moment or two. Then she turned and kissed Sophia. Goodbye, dear, she said. Don't worry too much. Certain things have to be faced and endured. Then she said, Come, Josephine, and got into the car. Josephine climbed in beside her. They both waved as the car drove off. I suppose she's right, and it's better to keep Josephine out of this for a while. But we've got to make that child tell what she knows. Sophia, she probably doesn't know anything. She's just showing off. Josephine likes to make herself look important. You know, it's more than that. Do they know what poison it was in the cocoa? They think it's Digitalin. Aunt Edith takes Digitalin for her heart. She has a whole bottle full of little tablets up in her room. Now the bottle's empty. She ought to keep things like that locked up. She did. I suppose it wouldn't be difficult for someone to find out where she hid the key. Someone who... I looked again at the pile of luggage. I said suddenly and loudly, "They can't go away. They mustn't be allowed to." Sophia looked surprised. Roger and Clemency Charles. You don't think, well, what do you think? Sophia stretched out her hands in a helpless gesture. I don't know, Charles, she whispered. I only know that I'm back in the nightmare I know. Those were the very words I used to myself as I drove down with Taverner. Because this is just what a nightmare is. Walking about among people you know, looking in their faces, and suddenly the faces change and it's not someone you know any longer. It's a stranger, a cruel stranger. She cried, "Come outside. Charles, come outside. It's safer outside. I'm afraid to stay in this house." Chapter 25. We stayed in the garden a long time. By a kind of tacit consent, we did not discuss the horror that was weighing upon us. Instead, Sophia talked affectionately of the dead woman, of things they had done, and games they had played as children with Nanny, and tales that the old woman used to tell them about Roger and their father and the other brothers and sisters. They were her real children. You see, she only came back to us to help during the war when Josephine was a baby and Eustace was a funny little boy. There was a certain balm for Sophia in these memories, and I encouraged her to talk. I wondered what Taverner was doing. Questioning the household, I supposed. A car drove away, with the police photographer and 2 other men, and presently an ambulance drove up. Sophia shivered a little. Presently the ambulance left, and we knew that Nanny's body had been taken away in preparation for an autopsy. And still we sat or walked in the garden and talked our words, becoming more and more of a cloak for our real thoughts. Finally, with a shiver, Sophia said, "It must be very late. It's almost dark. We've got to go in. Aunt Edith and Josephine haven't come back. Surely they ought to be back by now." A vague uneasiness woke in me. What had happened? Was Edith deliberately keeping the child away from the crooked house? We went in. Sophia drew all the curtains. The fire was lit, and the big drawing room looked harmonious with an unreal air of bygone luxury. Great bowls of bronze chrysanthemums stood on the tables. Sophia rang, and a maid whom I recognized as having been formerly upstairs brought in tea. She had red eyes and sniffed continuously. Also, I noticed that she had a frightened way of glancing quickly over her shoulder. Magda joined us, but Philip's tea was sent in to him in the library. Magda's role was a stiff, frozen image of grief. She spoke little or not at all. She said once, "Where are Edith and Josephine? They're out very late." But she said it in a preoccupied kind of way. But I myself was becoming increasingly uneasy. I asked if Taverner were still in the house, and Magda replied that she thought so. I went in search of him. I told him that I was worried about Miss de Haviland and the child. He went immediately to the telephone and gave certain instructions. "I'll let you know when I have news," he said. I thanked him and went back to the drawing room. Sophia was there with Eustace. Magda had gone. "He'll let us know if he hears anything," I said to Sophia. She said in a low voice, "Something's happened. Charles, something must have happened." "My dear Sophia, it's not really late yet. What are you bothering about?" said Eustace. "They've probably gone to the cinema." He lounged out of the room. I said to Sophia, "She may have taken Josephine to a hotel or up to London. I think she really realized that the child was in danger. Perhaps she realized it better than we did." Sophia replied with a somber look that I could not quite fathom. She kissed me goodbye. I did not see quite what she meant by that disconnected remark, or what it was supposed to show. I asked if Magda was worried. "Mother, no, she's all right. She's no sense of time. She's reading a new play of Vavassar Jones called The Woman Disposes. It's a funny play about murder. A female Bluebeard, cribbed from arsenic, and old lace if you ask me. But it's got a good woman's part. A woman who's got a mania for being a widow." I said no more. We sat, pretending to read. It was 6:30 when Taverner opened the door and came in. His face prepared us for what he had to say. Sophia got up. "Yes," she said. "I'm sorry. I've got bad news for you." I sent out a general alarm for the car. A motorist reported having seen a Ford car with a number, something like that, turning off the main road at Flaxbur Heath through the woods, not the track to the Flaxbur quarry. "Yes, Miss Leonides." He paused and went on. "The car has been found in the quarry. Both the occupants were dead. You'll be glad to know they were killed outright." Josephine. It was Magda standing in the doorway. Her voice rose in a wail. "Josephine, my baby." Sophia went to her and put her arms round her. I said, "Wait a minute." I had remembered something Edith de Haviland writing a couple of letters at the desk, going out into the hall with them in her hand. But they had not been in her hand when she got into the car. I dashed out into the hall and went to the long oak chest. I found the letters pushed inconspicuously to the back behind a brass tea urn. The uppermost was addressed to Chief Inspector Taverner. Taverner had followed me. I handed the letter to him, and he tore it open. Standing beside him, I read its brief contents. "My expectation is that this will be opened after my death. I wish to enter into no details, but I accept full responsibility for the deaths of my brother-in-law, Aristide, Leonides, and Janet Rowe Nanny. I hereby solemnly declare that Brenda Leonides and Lawrence Brown are innocent of the murder of Aristide Leonides. Inquiry of Dr. Michael Chavas, 783, Harley Street, will confirm that my life could only have been prolonged for a few months. I prefer to take this way out and to spare two innocent people the ordeal of being charged with a murder they did not commit. I am of sound mind and fully conscious of what I write. Edith Elfrida de Haviland." As I finished the letter, I was aware that Sophia, too, had read it, whether with Taverner's concurrence or not. I don't know. "Aunt Edith," murmured Sophia. I remembered Edith de Haviland's ruthless foot grinding bindweed into the earth. I remembered my early, almost fanciful, suspicions of her. But why Sophia spoke the thought in my mind before I came to it? But why Josephine? Why did she take Josephine with her? Why did she do it at all? I demanded. What was her motive? But even as I said that, I knew the truth. I saw the whole thing clearly. I realized that I was still holding her second letter in my hand. I looked down and saw my own name on it. It was thicker and harder than the other one. I think I knew what was in it before I opened it. I tore the envelope along, and Josephine's little black notebook fell out. I picked it up off the floor. It came open in my hand, and I saw the entry on the first page. Sounding from a long way away, I heard Sophia's voice, clear and self-controlled. "We've got it all wrong," she said. "Edith didn't do it." "No," I said. Sophia came closer to me, she whispered. "It was Josephine, wasn't it?" That was it. Josephine. Together, we looked down on the first entry in the little black book, written in an unformed, childish hand. "Today, I killed grandfather." Chapter 26. I was to wonder afterwards that I could have been so blind. The truth had stuck out so clearly all along. Josephine, and only Josephine, fitted in with all the necessary qualifications. Her vanity, her persistent self-importance, her delight in talking, her reiteration on how clever she was, and how stupid the police were. I had never considered her because she was a child, but children have committed murders, and this particular murder had been well within a child's compass. Her grandfather himself had indicated the precise method. He had practically handed her a blueprint. All she had to do was to avoid leaving fingerprints, and the slightest knowledge of detection fiction would teach her that. And everything else had been a mere hodgepodge, culled at random from stock mystery stories. The notebook, the sleuthing, her pretended suspicions, her insistence that she was not going to tell till she was sure. And finally, the attack on herself. An almost incredible performance considering that she might easily have killed herself. But then, childlike, she had never considered such a possibility. She was the heroine. The heroine isn't killed. Yet there had been a clue there, the traces of earth on the seat of the old chair in the washhouse. Josephine was the only person who would have had to climb up on a chair to balance the block of marble on the top of the door. Obviously, it had missed her more than once, the dents in the floor, and patiently she had climbed up again and replaced it, handling it with her scarf to avoid fingerprints. And then it had fallen, and she had had a near escape from death. It had been the perfect setup, the impression she was aiming for. She was in danger. She knew something. She had been attacked. I saw how she had deliberately drawn my attention to her presence in the cistern room. And she had completed the artistic disorder of her room before going out to the washhouse. But when she had returned from hospital, when she had found Brenda and Lawrence arrested, she must have become dissatisfied. The case was over, and she, Josephine, was out of the limelight. So she stole the digitalin from Edith's room and put it in her own cup of cocoa and left the cup untouched on the hall table. Did she know that Nanny would drink it? Possibly, from her words that morning. She had resented Nanny's criticisms of her. Did Nanny? Perhaps. wise from a lifetime of experience with children. Suspect, I think that Nanny knew, had always known, that Josephine was not normal. With her precocious mental development, had gone a retarded moral sense, perhaps, too. The various factors of heredity, what Sophia had called the ruthlessness of the family, had met together. She had had an authoritarian ruthlessness of her grandmother's family, and the ruthless egoism of Magda, seeing only her own point of view. She had also, presumably, suffered, sensitive, like Philip, from the stigma of being the unattractive, the changeling child of the family. Finally, in her very marrow had run the essential crooked strain of old Leonidas. She had been Leonidas's grandchild. She had resembled him in brain and cunning, but where his love had gone outwards to family and friends, hers had turned inward to herself. I thought that old Leonidas had realized what none of the rest of the family had realized, that Josephine might be a source of danger to others and to herself. He had kept her from school life because he was afraid of what she might do. He had shielded her and guarded her in the home. And I understood now his urgency to Sophia to look after Josephine. Magda's sudden decision to send Josephine abroad had that, too, been due to a fear for the child. Not, perhaps, a conscious fear, but some vague maternal instinct. And Edith de Havilland, had she first suspected, then feared, and finally known? I looked down at the letter in my hand. Dear Charles, this is in confidence for you and for Sophia, if you so decide. It is imperative that someone should know the truth. I found the enclosed in the disused dog kennel outside the back door. She kept it there. It confirms what I already suspected. The action I am about to take may be right or wrong, I do not know, but my life, in any case, is close to its end, and I do not want the child to suffer as I believe she would suffer if called to earthly account for what she has done. There is often one of the litter who is not quite right, if I am wrong. God forgive me, but I did it out of love. God bless you both. Edith de Havilland. I hesitated for only a moment. Then I handed the letter to Sophia. Together we again opened Josephine's little black book. Today I killed grandfather. We turned the pages. It was an amazing production. Interesting, I should imagine, to a psychologist. It set out, with such terrible clarity, the fury of thwarted egoism. The motive for the crime was set down, pitifully childish and inadequate. Grandfather wouldn't let me do ballet dancing, so made up my mind I would kill him. Then we should go to London and live, and mother wouldn't mind me doing ballet. I give only a few entries. They are all significant. I don't want to go to Switzerland. I won't go. If mother makes me, I will kill her too. Only I can't get any poison. Perhaps I could make it with yewberries. They are poisonous. The book says so. Eustace has made me very cross today. He says I am only a girl and no use, and that it's silly, my detecting. He wouldn't think me silly if he knew it was me did the murder. I like Charles, but he is rather stupid. I have not decided yet who I shall make have done the crime. Perhaps Brenda and Lawrence. Brenda is nasty to me, she says. I am not all there. But I like Lawrence. He told me about Charlotte Corday She killed someone in his bath. She was not very clever about it. The last entry was revealing. I hate Nanny. I hate her. I hate her. She says I am own the little girl. She says I show off. She's making mother send me abroad. I'm going to kill her too. I think Aunt Edith's medicine would do it. If there is another murder, then the police will come back, and it will all be exciting again. Nanny's dead. I am glad. I haven't decided yet where I'll hide the bottle with the little pill things. Perhaps in Aunt Clemency's room or else Eustace. When I am dead, as an old woman, I shall leave this behind me addressed to the chief of police, and they will see what a really great criminal I was. I closed the book. Sophia's tears were flowing fast. Oh, Charles. Oh, Charles, it's so dreadful. She's such a little monster. And yet, it's so terribly pathetic. I had felt the same. I had liked Josephine. I still felt a fondness for her. You do not like anyone less because they have tuberculosis or some other fatal disease. Josephine was, as Sophia had said, a little monster. But she was a pathetic little monster. She had been born with a kink, the crooked child of the little crooked house. Sophia asked, if she had lived, what would have happened? I suppose she would have been sent to a reformatory or a special school. Later, she would have been released or possibly certified. I don't know. Sophia shuddered. It's better the way it is. But Aunt Edith, I don't like to think of her taking the blame. She chose to do so. I don't suppose it will be made public. I imagine that when Brenda and Lawrence come to trial, no case will be brought against them, and they will be discharged. And you, Sophia, I said, this time on a different note and taking both her hands in mine, will marry me. I've just heard I'm appointed to Persia. We will go out there together, and you will forget the little crooked house. Your mother can put on plays, and your father can buy more books, and Eustace will soon go to a university. Don't worry about them anymore. Think of me. Sophia looked me straight in the eyes. Aren't you afraid, Charles, to marry me? Why should I be? In poor little Josephine, all the worst of the family came together. In you, Sophia, I fully believe that all that is bravest and best in the Leonidas family has been handed down to you. Your grandfather thought highly of you, and he seems to have been a man who is usually right. Hold up your head, my darling. The future is ours. I will, Charles. I love you, and I'll marry you and make you happy. She looked down at the notebook. Poor Josephine. Poor Josephine. I said, what's the truth of it? Charles said, my father. I never lie to the old man. It wasn't Edith de Haviland, sir. I said, it was Josephine. My father nodded his head gently. Yes, he said. I've thought so for some time. Poor child. Epilogue. A crooked echo months later. The world continues. The seasons turn, indifferent to human grief. You're back in London, in a flat that doesn't echo like the Leonidas mansion did. The silence here is yours, chosen, earned. Some nights, though, it creeps in the whisper of a child's laughter in the dark. Josephine's journal still sits locked in a drawer. You haven't read it again. You're afraid it might still lie. The newspapers moved on. They called it a tragedy of eccentric genius, blamed Aristide's tyrannical parenting, and romanticized Magda's descent into madness. No one mentions Josephine, not even once. You meet Sophia once more, briefly, over coffee in a quiet cafe. She's changed her name. Says she's moving to Italy. I need to start over. She tells you, away from the family, away from all that. You nod. Roger's taken up teaching. She says, drama. The irony isn't lost on either of you. Before she leaves, Sophia asks, do you ever wonder if someone else knew? You don't answer, because you do wonder. Often. And the truth is, someone always knows. You walk alone back to your flat, hands buried deep in your coat pockets. The air smells like rain and something unspoken. Your reflection in the shop windows is older now, harder. There's a final letter in your mailbox. No return address, just one line inside. Crooked houses make for crooked shadows. Only a source of shade. You tear it in half and let it fall into the gutter. Let the past rot where it belongs. Dayan. But even as you climb the stairs to your flat, even as the door shuts behind you, you know this case is over. But the crookedness, it never really ends.